Is there anything that we can complete in this time period? Like reviewing what the team did maybe? Is there anything that like is not, that
Well,
doesn't?
if we're not broadcasting, are we gonna be in violation?
We should still be broadcasting. Are we not? And we would, yes.
Yeah, there's sound on.
Oh, so.
Is the YouTube link working right now? So we could talk? Okay, so is there anything
Oh,
that
all right.
anyone wants to try and accomplish during this 10-minute period?
Let's look at the pre-K stuff.
Do what?
You wanna
That's
look,
just language, right?
does everyone wanna look at is everyone okay with that?
What, the what stuff?
Pre-K.
Oh.
The
The work that
The cleanup,
cleanup crew did?
yeah.
Jay, you wanna lead the, or whoever, I got our notes.
Okay. So we made just kind of a summary document of kind of what we did, and then on the backside, there's just some areas we wanted to discuss as a team, just to kind of make some decisions. So we can send out the red line, but we figured just to start out with, this gives everybody kind of a review. So one thing that was just straight cleanup was, throughout the P&A, it said SM NEA, and so we just went through and said NEA SM, which was just a pretty quick switch around.
So it's NEA space SM?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
And then we where anything started with K, I'm skipping the first part because we wanted to kind of have a discussion about that one. Anywhere where it said K, we just added the word pre, so it says pre-K / whatever.
Okay. And that's how our calendars, I'm sorry, that's how our calendars read, right?
I believe so.
Like when we're reading our calendars, it'll say, okay.
And then we found just some areas where it said he, she, and we changed to they, just some spots that got missed. This one we might want to look at. It was on page 15, and it's part of the grievance procedure. It says, for the purpose of ensuring INSURING prompt action, and we were thinking it probably needed to be Ian, but we didn't know,
You're absolutely correct.
you know, legal wise if there was
Some
something
funky legal term.
Yeah, yeah.
This would not be one of those cases.
Yes.
At least that I'm aware of.
We're not
Yes.
providing insurance to anybody.
Right,
Right.
that's I insure, yeah.
Right.
So if that, does anyone want to just do that? Like, I'm in the document, I can go to page 15 and make that change if everyone's comfortable with that.
I think we have a red line that we were working off of, so we.
Is it called issue statements 1 and 3 current P and A?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Should we continue to work from the same red line as we go, rather than changing as we go, so that in the end, we have the whole red line?
Like, start working off this one that they created. Yeah, I think that
I
makes,
think that works. I think we just wanted to,
I'm just gonna hit resolve on your comment, because you have it correctly with the
Okay.
E.
and then on 19, it just has website as 2 words, and it would need to be website as 1 word. 22, the phrase is, it's talking about if a spouse is injured, and it says of professional employees, and we just thought of a professional employee.
On page 22.
I was a little surprised too.
Illness or injury, oh, yeah. That makes sense to me. Is everyone following that? Okay,
Grammatically correct.
yeah.
And then 24, it says make written application. And we, again, thought just make a written application, but that was another one where we wanted to check legal-wise if there was some kind of differentiation.
No, thank you for being careful, but that's absolutely, that reads better to me.
Okay. And then 43 and 44 were where we did the bulk of kind of rearranging things for Article 12. So our proposal was to first rearrange the sections in Article 12. We felt like they maybe would flow a little bit better, especially with the order of importance, because currently, I believe it's the professional employee, then staff meetings, night meetings, then the professional day, then the professional year. And so we felt like having it be the schedule, then the professional day, the professional year, then staff meetings, then night meetings.
Are we back in now? Do we want to let her know? I'm sorry, I didn't
Hello.
interrupt your thought. I just think,
No, that's okay.
should we let her know what we're doing?
I think she's right.
Okay.
Stephanie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you all now as a room. Mhm.
Okay, awesome. We're just reviewing, we had a group do, some work on Friday, I think. So
Yep.
we just decided to use our time to review that, and so Lindsay's walking us through it right now.
Sounds good to me.
So we just rearranged it, kind of thinking if staff are looking at Article 12 and trying to look for information, that makes a little bit more sense as far as the importance, the bulk of the big information would be at the top of that article.
So no content change,
Yeah.
just a
Rearrange.
Just to rearrange.
Well, there was one where there was a pre-added, that was the only thing.
Okay. That makes perfect sense to me. If it's more readable and easy to find those sections, let's do it.
Yep.
Okay. And then on 44, I guess it's not 44 anymore with our changes.
It's 43
43 now.
there's one, yeah. That's the second paragraph.
Shows
Okay.
up 3 times, right?
Right, so Article 12, Section A, and it's the second paragraph in number 2. So this phrase, special education teacher schedules will be established by the principal in consultation with teacher in consideration of student and teacher needs, shows up 3 times, even just within Article 12. And so on the back, it's in Article 12, Section A, the former Section D twice. So we felt like in section, it's old Section D, new Section B, there's a chunk that says special education teacher schedules, that it would make, if it's going to appear at all, it would make the most sense to appear just once there.
But
But
it's-
we did want to note that that's
Also compounded.
linked with our issue statement number 4, I believe.
Okay, so where is that language now, Lindsay, on the current,
So,
what page number? Can
It
you-
starts on 45.
Starts
at
on
the very
45,
bottom.
so we moved that language, which we'll be looking at, I see, under
Mm-hmm.
that section. Okay, was there,
It was currently there.
does
So-
anyone know why that would have appeared 3 times? That's
No.
interesting. Okay, so that section that's crossing over from 45 to 46 was always there.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
We just found the other places and deleted it out. Perfect.
right, so,
Well, that's what the suggestion is, right?
right, that's our
Okay.
suggestion. So on, on 43, I believe, I think I have 44 on here, but 43 and then 46, the verbiage is a little bit different. It's number 4, but it's the same basic content. I think our suggestion would be to erase the first and the third one and keep the second occurrence,
Well, and then have a grad.
and then have a conversation about it
Yeah.
when we get to number 4.
This is on secondary assignments?
Uh-huh, that highlighted paragraph.
I think what we wanted to
It's like
open up,
repeated.
Okay.
The sentiment is repeated, I guess.
Mhm.
yeah, what we wanted to open up for discussion, and tell me if I'm wrong, Jay and Lindsay, is that it's redundant in our estimation.
Okay.
But it also addresses their other issue statement that we wanted to, of course,
Okay.
have a conversation about, but the suggestion right now would be to find the base level of what this is saying and just leave it at one statement,
Got it.
and then address the overarching idea of sped.
Got it.
With the next issue statement.
Got it.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep.
Yes.
Unless anyone sees any issues, it makes sense to me. I really appreciate the work that you guys did in being this organized. I think that this is a great model for anyone else who does work on it, because that way, if we're ever like, wait, what did we do? Why did we do it? You've absolutely memorialized everything that you did, and it makes it really efficient in here. So I
think we had one other part that we wanted to open up. I had skipped it. It starts on page 1 of the P&A, not page 1 of the whole document. And it kind of ties in with the work we were doing with pre-K. We had a pre-K teacher reach out and after listening to everything last week had suggested using the term early childhood versus pre-K, because that encompasses both pre-K and ECSE, which is the early childhood special education. So when we made our edits, we changed the pre-K because that's what we were tasked to do. But on page 1, it goes through and defines elementary is K-6, secondary is whatever, and it talks about what our professional employees are as an association. And so now it currently says elementary and secondary classroom teachers, and we just wanted to have early childhood separate. So that's kind of what we thought, and then that means later on, there's a section where, it says elementary K-6, secondary 7-12, that to keep it consistent, we would either need to say early childhood is early childhood, ECSE, and pre-K, elementary K-6, or we just need to go with elementary is pre-K 6. So kind of two different philosophies of how we want to memorialize early childhood teachers in the contract.
It seems inconsistent, I think, with the definitions. Page 1 defines it that way, and then page 10, it is 1E. It says level shall mean elementary pre-K 6 or secondary 7-12. So just to kind of reframe what Lindsay said is, how are we defining elementary? Is it everything early childhood up to 6? Or should we have a different, early childhood, then elementary, then secondary, or so just being consistent throughout that.
That makes sense. Do we want to problem solve that now?
I think the three of us just kind of wanted to hear
Okay.
people's thoughts and,
I think the early childhood teachers, they're part of our bargaining unit. And I think, I've never taught the elementary level, but I think that including them as part of elementary makes sense in my eyes. How young are the students that?
I know that early childhood sped, I think, starts at 3.
3, okay.
And I was thinking about it later, and Mike, correct me, but I believe that when you have an early childhood license, it's a separate license than like an elementary
Okay.
teacher.
Doesn't have to be, though. It can be like,
It could be tagged on, but
it
there
can
are
be,
some.
Okay.
you can be early childhood through 6th grade, too.
Okay.
Depends on what state you're coming from, or.
I
Okay.
think the easiest thing is for the purpose of the P&A is to somewhere in there declare that early childhood is a part of the elementary group for what we're talking about in the P&A.
So like in that paragraph 1E, in the parenthetical that says pre-K through 6, we would say early childhood and pre-K through 6?
Yeah. And then that, well, I'm just thinking is if we group it up early and it specifies that early childhood for this document would always be included with elementary.
So maybe even on page 1,
Going back up to page 1.
And early childhood was an addition we made, so that's not,
so we could do professional employee includes, does the phrase early childhood encompass pre-K?
I believe so.
Okay, so we could do,
That would encompass early childhood and, or I mean, would encompass pre-K and early childhood special ed.
I'm writing some, just suggestion,
So pre-K is also similar age, it's just that the early childhood is, we have early childhood special education teachers. Okay.
does that,
And that's usually at a separate building, right? Isn't it?
There it's MECC, I believe.
Okay.
in pre-K, I probably need to say teachers.
And, yeah.
Does everyone see what I'm doing on page 1?
Yeah.
Definitions under D. So it now reads, professional employee includes early childhood and pre-K teachers, collectively referred to herein as pre-K. Does that work?
That's what I was thinking.
I thought Lindsay was saying using early childhood to encompass both. I don't,
But then when we do those ranges, because don't all the ranges say pre-K
Pre-K.
to 12 or pre-K to 6 or whatever?
yeah.
Does that make it easier to, because I'm just thinking too about how the calendar's written and it always says pre-K to whatever.
I think this cleans it up, and then it makes the statement on page 10 accurate.
Where everywhere else it refers to pre-K through whatever.
Yeah. No, that's exactly the intent of what I was suggesting.
Okay.
So then if we do that, do we need to, where was that other spot we were looking at?
Page 10, I think.
Let's see, early,
Level showing elementary, pre-K.
oh yeah,
6.
level. Level shall mean, okay, so yeah, that works, right?
Makes that accurate.
Okay, now, does pre-K have a dash between the pre and the K?
And it's the K capital.
I mean, I'm truly asking. To me, the P is lowercase and the K is capital. Is that, wait, how is it done on our calendar when we write it? It's a capital P?
Apparently your department.
Probably me.
There is
So
one part on the calendar where it's just a P-8 on one day for night conferences, but that could have been because they couldn't
Fit it
fit
in
it all.
It is capital P hyphen capital K.
Oh,
1920
okay.
It is a capital P?
hyphen capital K.
And then in
I don't like
but
that.
in the 2021 calendar, it's the word pre with a capital P, then a dash, then a capital K.
Okay, so how about where we find it in here, we do a capital P, R-E dash capital K.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Yes.
I changed it up there on that
Perfect.
part so that it says capital P.
Okay, is there anything else that we need? And I think we can leave, I mean, eventually as we're cleaning this up, we can go through and resolve the comments and stuff, but for now, I think we can leave this as our working,
Yeah.
if everyone's good with that, leave it as our working draft, okay?
Yep.
Sounds good. Nice work, team.
Yeah.
Very nice work.
Okay.
Folks, then it looks as though you all already sort of proofed your P&A cleanup. Is that a complete proof? And then Rachel just saying it's your working draft to add any additional TAs into?
Correct.
Okay. So did you all, Jill, Rachel, have anything else or anything you need to cover before I just sort of review the agenda and see what we're going to jump into next?
Nope, I think you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and just ask everyone. I think you have me on the big screen and my screen share the whole time. But I've got you all, where I've got everyone in a little box on my screen. I don't know, it's maybe speaker view. But I did notice that last time I had to and struggle, especially when the gentleman spoke. If you didn't have your setting where it says, highlight me when I speak or spotlight me when I speak, with your mask, I struggle a little bit to know who's speaking.
Stephanie, I think the issue with that is that all of our computers are on mute
Okay,
because we're all going through the microphones.
got it.
I want to know though from our technology guy, can we unmute our computers?
Or is that going to give me that feedback?
Okay, so we could try to turn, oh goodness. Turn the volume on your
Oh.
computer all the way down and unmute yourself and then it might work.
Right. I mean, it just helps me to kind of know I can address someone by name, or I know sort of who's in the conversation. It seems as though Lindsay and Rachel have a real distinct voice. Jill and Michelle, not so much. Gentlemen, not so much at this point.
What are you saying?
Funny how the masks sort of make it.
I don't
Communication.
that's gonna work.
Okay.
Yeah,
If
we're already
it won't
getting
work,
feedback.
that's fine.
Can you do
If I'm not
gallery
clear-
view on your computer, Stephanie, to where you can see?
I think I'm in that. Let
Okay.
me do a screen share and you'll see what I'm looking
Yeah,
at.
We can
And
each
I'll
say
be
our
okay,
name
but
or
I may-
wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
I
may
think,
say to you,
yeah, this is Jay, and I feel.
well, yeah, or I may say, hey, just don't be insulted if I say, who is that? So I went into screen share and it's got the agenda, but yes, I think I did have gallery view. But as you can see, if I'm going to be taking interest notes or brainstorm notes on screen share, sometimes all I can see is a voice, right? Or all I can hear is a voice. I can really only see 4 people at a time over here, I think. Let me try. Unless you guys know a trick I don't know to get you all on the screen at the same time.
Not with
Let me do
screen
this.
share.
Let me just close that. Close that. Now, so anytime I screen share, it kind of breaks you out to the side. I can't even do gallery view from this, I don't think. But when I'm not screen sharing, I do have y'all, but still, with the mask, I can't see I cannot see who's speaking, and the microphone doesn't turn green. So anyway, I just may say, hey, is that John? But just know that's why.
It's rarely John.
All right.
I would guess someone
And by
else
the way,
first. Russ would be your worst bet.
That's
Well,
Russ all the
welcome to
time.
I think we're going to have a pretty full Monday. In my calendar, I think I had that we're going to attempt to go till 3 o'clock. You all did make it through till 3 o'clock last time, just right on the dot, which was excellent. And I would just say that, you all really were awesome in terms of your transparency, your vulnerability, your sticking to the process, staying open-minded, and just communicating honestly. So you guys, I felt, had a great session. So, congratulations to everyone in the room. We did pull this agenda together at the end of the last session. So I think Rachel said you all have it on your Google Drive. And I don't know that this order is necessarily important. Sometimes order will be. I don't know that it is so much in terms of number 1 through 5. So whatever you guys are prepared to do. We were going to revisit the calendar issue. I think some people had some notes to see if there were assignments, to see if there were notes, if it provided any more clarity on whether or not it was resolved last year. And if not, the question was, if we IBB it this year, how timely do we need to do it, knowing that you only have about 4 days left scheduled. The P&A, proofing the cleanup language, I think we can say we've already done that at this point. Am I correct on that?
Thanks again, guys.
And then we were going to go ahead and IBB the SPED issue. It was an issue statement that when we do get to that, I do want to go ahead and have everybody look at the issue statement. We'll frame and focus it, ID or interest, and brainstorm solutions. We added on here, after Michelle gave us a sort of impromptu COVID committee update, I just added that after everybody's able to process that, now that we have more time, does anything about that COVID committee need to come into this process? And then I think we were going to hear from Michael and Linda. I think you all call it Strategy 322, just the status of that so that this committee is keeping their eye on that as you start to morph into any impacts it may have on your economics. And then of course we'll end with what is your communication to your stakeholders and your membership and what's our agenda for next week. So with that, you guys just tell me, what would you like to jump into at this point? Anybody who's ready to go on reports, or we just jump right into the calendar issue, whatever you think.
Yeah, I'm good with jumping in if you are.
Yeah.
Yep, calendar issue. Okay, I'm gonna stop the screen share real quick, and then you all may have notes in terms of who is gonna come back with reports on what. So whoever had some stuff to bring back to the group, I'd say just hop on in and let us know what you got.
Okay, guys, I completed my homework assignment on that issue, and that involved me going back to Dr. Ziegler and Dr. Eva and trying to learn a little bit more about what happened around the discussion of those specific days last year. And Dr. Eva sent me his notes, which I put in that shared folder from a July 10th negotiation meeting. And his understanding, and let me see where it was written, hang on, was that at least at the last session, there was changes made with regard to, okay, if you look at the bottom of page 2 and the top of page 3, his understanding was that those discussions basically happened outside of negotiations and that the district agreed to make those changes, but they didn't at that time support adding any different language to the P&A. And that was my memory of what he told me last year. I put up a slide that we had presented at fact finding, and that reflected what was the district's understanding, which was that outside the negotiation process, steps were taken to address calendar-related concerns. And so that was the information that I got when I went to him and tried to get the history about what happened. So I don't know if anyone else had notes that said anything differently.
Well, I think Lindsay had notes from July 16th where we talked about making the changes to the calendar. And like you say, that's a different, making a change to the calendar is not, I guess, the same as changing the language in the negotiated agreement, but that is what we would like to do. And that's why I think we put this on the IBB, in the IBB column, so that it can be something that happens every year.
I
Go
think
ahead.
our concern was just if our practice in the calendar is one way, we believe that the P&A should reflect that, especially when, like on his notes, this teacher workdays section, those bullet points are directly from the P&A.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're crossing, if we're crossing out and just says will be a teacher workday and getting rid of the rest of it, that is in essence what it would read in the P&A.
Can you show me where you're reading that?
On the notes you uploaded from
Mhm.
Dr. Atha, on the page 3, it says teacher workdays, and then there's a bulleted list.
Yeah.
That's directly from Article 12, Section E, number 3. I guess it wouldn't be wouldn't be letter E from.
Yeah,
Our
I think he was
changes.
copying and pasting that, and then his notes are in blue.
Right.
I think that because they're two separate things. The district does not support adding procedural language to the P&A regarding the district calendar. But then the secondary part of that to me in reading this is he did correct in the workday that the last day for third quarter will be a teacher workday and scratched out, stroke out that other part.
Was that your proposal? I don't know that that was his. Who proposed that is my question, because I think he might have been making notes on a proposal.
I think our team propose that. I mean,
And I
this
think
would
he
have
was
been.
copying and pasting and then putting the district's
Yeah,
response.
I guess we probably would ask, when you say the district does not support adding procedural language to the P&A regarding the district calendar, what do they mean? Do they mean they don't want to specifically say that?
I think at that time, my understanding from talking to Dr. Atha was that there was concern about two things. One, having sufficient flexibility in the calendar every year to make sure that whoever puts that together is able to fit in all the minutes. And two, just not negotiating on the calendar was my big takeaways. So I guess from my discussion with him, I did not get a takeaway that there was a TA on this specific issue of that language that we're looking at. And so I would ask, because I truly don't have an understanding of the issue, that we have a full discussion about it, so that the district reps can learn about what the issue is, and so we can see if there's a real impediment to tying us into that with regard to minutes and flexibility every year, because I understand that task of putting together the calendar is really, really challenging depending on like where holidays fall and stuff every year. So
I think we'd be open to IBBing this and
Right.
having a discussion.
okay.
Go ahead, Rachel.
I was going to ask you, this is a little out of the box, so tell me if anyone's uncomfortable with this, but because this doesn't really go with IBB. I was thinking about our topic of the negotiation process, and I was wondering, because when I looked at this, my frustration was like, why didn't we, like, to me, TA should be in writing and signed, and I think that that is part of IBB, so that there's no question. I mean, if we switch up and we change, like, you know, we know what happened the last year because it was in writing and it was signed. So I'm wondering if it makes sense for the topic that the district noticed of the negotiations process, if an efficient way to do that would be to put something on the wall and start making notes, understanding that no one's agreeing to put any language in the P&A about the negotiation process. But just as we start identifying issues, make notes on them so that if we're able to like get to that and actually start talking about the process that our team uses to get to an agreement for any given school year, that we've identified sort of like, as we go through this, we're identifying what works and what doesn't work. Does that make sense?
I think so.
So like if we just like, or I could start a note page in here that just says like joint statements as a topic, and then we could put like notes down about, we make them after the end of the session, everyone gets till the end of the day to look at them, we release them at 9 a.m. the day before. Because I just feel like we could do some of that work as we're like watching this process play out. And then one of the things would be put tentative agreements. A tentative agreement means something that's memorialized in writing and, I mean, maybe signed. Is that what we would typically do,
Yeah.
Stephanie? We would sign them?
Yeah, I think I'm screen sharing right now. This was a document I gave out during your training. We did go step by step. We didn't spend most of our time on the last step. So, you know, you identify your issue, your interest, brainstorm options. Does it meet your criteria? The last is determine solution by consensus and reduce the agreement to writing -TA. And really, I do encourage the parties to don't get far past that meeting where you have consensus until you document it in writing and sign off. And then somebody put it on Google Drive. But what I also see with a lot of districts that use Google Drive, if they also don't just actually sign a paper copy in the room, sometimes both parties are confused about which document is the final on Google Drive. So yes, I encourage a paper copy signed in the room when you have the final language, ASAP, you know? So that is in process. But I also think that, Rachel, if you're saying, let me make sure I heard that right, and so everyone can see if it makes sense as part of your process, as you all are doing your negotiations, your IBB negotiations, you're saying if a practice comes up that you guys feel like is wobbly for you, or you want to make sure it works for you, you want to kind of flip chart or just capture the times that you guys think about, hey, this is a process we should pay attention to or make a practice of, or at least discuss it, you know, sort of by the time you get to the board's issue statement around process, you will have captured a lot of things that are not solid right now. Is that what you're
We will
saying?
have issue spotted in Memorial, so maybe when we have that discussion, it can at least happen a little bit more quickly.
Yeah.
I would add from our side that it was frustrating last year that we didn't do that. That it was a non-willingness to do that before. And I think that for me, we're in agreement that, you know, anytime we come up, that we do it. And I think an easy thing is with the Google Doc and like Adobe Sign, it's really easy to open that up. You both sign it right there and just save it as a PDF that's static and that's there, and it's the final TA of whatever thing we're working on. And then there is no question about that.
So I started a document in our share folder that just says negotiation process notes. And again, this is not an agreement to do anything with this other than just have it to work off of when we get to that topic. So I'll, as it comes up, if we agree that it's something that should go into these notes, I can just kind of start typing it out, and then maybe that, I think that was kind of the thinking behind that topic anyways. Let's identify things that we can work better, that can work better for us through this process.
Well, we wouldn't be having that discussion right now if we had a copy of the TA.
Right, exactly. And that's frustrating to me. It was frustrating to me when I was looking at this because
It's equally frustrating on our side too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, no, that's an agreeable.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sounds good, guys. Negotiations sometimes can be difficult enough, but then when you add layers that could be prevented if you had better practices, I think it's a great idea. If everyone's good with Rachel sort of just keeping that document going, and then we'll all look at it when we get to that issue. Thumbs up on that. Yeah. Okay. So in terms of IB being the calendar issue, we've sort of just vaguely called it the calendar issue, and it feels technical in terms of, you know, the one question is, you know, why that day was added. The second piece of it is the desire to make it contractual. So is there an issue statement that was submitted on the calendar issue, or was it just flagged as an item to discuss?
There was there was an issue statement. This is Jill.
Oh. Jill, do you want to, let's make sure we all have it in front of us, and let's just start at the top, which is, you know, what the issue statement says, and let's try to sort of refine it and focus it, and then we'll move into, you know, saying why does it matter, okay?
Yeah, so it is issue statement number 4 for NEA-Shawnee mission. Would you like me to read?
Sure.
Okay. How do we align the calendar and contract? That's what I have after we discussed rewriting it.
And so I'm just asking for clarity as facilitator. I don't want to shortcut anything. Jill, do you all feel as though there's a conversation that needs to be had around why the days were added? Or do you feel as though that issue statement really is what needs to be discussed?
I think it would be beneficial for the team to discuss the reasons behind why we wanted to incorporate those 2 days into the calendar.
Okay, so then it sounds like your issue statement then is right on. If those days are in the calendar but not in the contract, how do we align them? I'm just thinking out loud here because this is a little bit of a unique sort of issue statement, because the topic obviously was agreed to and resolved, adding days. Now it feels technical, but when we say how do we align the contract with the calendar, are we assuming consensus and solution within that issue statement? What do people think?
I guess like the initial thought that comes to my mind is that there's lots of, I assume at least as I'm thinking is picturing, I guess I can pull it up here, what our calendar looks like, that there's going to be things that are in the calendar that aren't in the P&A. Certain breaks and holidays,
PD days.
PD days, and so,
I think the number of PD days is listed in the contract, but just not when.
right.
You know what I mean? And the holidays are listed in there as well. So we want to ensure that we have those days in the calendar every year.
Can I
Yeah.
That's my understanding of the issue statement is that
That was
A little
Claudia's
bit
number,
louder.
sorry.
we're asking for a guaranteed workday in the fall and a guaranteed workday in the spring, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So is the
Okay, Yeah.
issue then, is the issue more about the work days, like making sure we have those work days and actually aligning the board adopted calendar with the PNA?
One's
Is
a
it about-
work day, the other one's, the fall day is a daytime conference day.
I see the issue maybe a little differently.
Can you
From
speak in the
this-
mic?
From the standpoint of, how do we align the contract in the PNA? I think how do we align the 2021 calendar to the PNA is what we're really asking, right? Because it's not previous calendars, it's how the 2021 reads now, you all want to read in the PNA.
Yeah, that's true, because the way the calendar reads right now, we have a workday for pre-K through 12, the last day before spring break, but it's not written that way in the contract. And if we change it in the contract, then that would guarantee it for years to come.
Future, right.
But can I
Yeah.
clarify too?
Sure.
We're not asking to.
Go ahead.
We're not asking to memorialize everything in the 2021 calendar in the PNA, just these two specific days.
Correct.
The fall day,
Right.
the fall work day, and then the spring.
The spring parent-teacher conference and the the fall parent-teacher conference and the spring workday.
So the issue is, how do we guarantee a fall full-day conference and a workday at the end of third quarter?
Yes. Is she frozen?
no, I'm taking.
Never mind, you're
No,
still
no,
there,
I'm
Stephanie,
taking-
sorry.
Because I have
Sometimes
I have
your
this
screen
bad
freezes.
And you looked very
habit
pensive.
Of saying, I have this bad habit of saying, what'd you just now say? And I don't write it down. But Lindsay, you said, how do we guarantee, what did you say?
How do we guarantee a full-day fall conference and a early childhood 12 workday at the end of third quarter?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting to start, I think you guys are moving in the right direction on making it an issue statement that has multiple possibilities, right? Where before your issue statement was, the only solution is to align the calendar with the contract. And, I was hearing Rachel saying, is that everything, right? Michelle saying, is that this year? So I think perhaps you've nailed an issue statement, but I want to ask one more question to see if we could maybe open it up a little bit. And if not, I think we could work from here. But can you guys tell me what problem you were trying to solve? Because this, right, if this weren't the second time we were addressing this, and this came across the table as an issue statement for the first time, I would say that it's a solution. Guaranteeing a fall conference and an early childhood 12-hour workday, that's a solution to a problem, right? And it sounds like you all figured that out last time because you added the days. So what, and there's no wrong answer, just there was obviously something you were trying to address.
This is Jill. Secondary teachers at the high school level did not have a work day in third quarter. They were in need of time to finalize their grading and get everything set and ready for the end of third quarter. And so that was the main issue, is lack of time to get your grades fully done and finished by the end of third quarter, for that one.
Okay.
The parent-teacher
And it
conference is
sounds like-
different.
And I think also with the workday, right before spring break, Big 12 conference is happening, people are going on spring break, so attendance is also extremely low on those days, so it's kind of a wasted day. Teachers aren't doing as much instruction because then they're moving on without a lot of the kids. And just the equity issue of the haves and have-nots, who's going out of town and who's not, becomes very apparent on those days.
So really, your problem that y'all solved last time by adding the 2 days was, I'm totally paraphrasing, how do we provide teachers with appropriate amount of time to do ABC appropriately placed in the calendar? That was your problem that you solved by adding the 2 days. So I think that little bit of history is helpful. And so we don't have to identify the interest, unless anybody wants to, the interest around why teachers needed that time. I'm guessing your interests were around needs, completion of things that had timelines, student, teacher satisfaction, things like that. So now how do we guarantee those things in the calendar and in the contract, or however you worded it here? How do we guarantee fall conferences and an early childhood 12-hour workday? How do we guarantee those? Let's start statement if anybody wants to. Does anybody have a problem with that being the issue statement? It doesn't embed a solution. It addresses a problem that you guys solved last time, but you didn't solve it in a guaranteed way.
Right.
Right.
Can someone
So
walk me through the parent-teacher conference, the problem behind that?
Sure. So I think it might have been 2 years ago or more where we started to do a flex day for parent-teacher conferences, one flex day in the fall and one flex day in the spring. And so in order to get that day off of work, the teachers would log 8 hours, or it might have actually been 7 hours and so many minutes because of lunch, but of parent-teacher contact time, whether it would be via email, phone call, face-to-face conference, outside of the calendar time, I guess. And so we heard a lot of feedback from elementary school teachers saying that it was very difficult for them to meet with all of the parents of all their students after the school day, or even before the school day. Many elementary school parents want to have the face-to-face meeting with their teachers. And so we were told that having that daytime conference would significantly help them achieve the goal of meeting with all of their parents in the fall semester.
Got it.
And we weren't wanting to get rid of the flex day. We still thought that that was important because that kept you interacting with parents throughout the entire first semester and not just waiting for that one fall conference day. You were meeting with parents, talking to parents, emailing parents the whole semester to earn that flex day. But then you also got the daytime to make sure that you were able to meet with every parent.
So the idea is we need a day when students aren't at school.
Yes.
That teachers and parents can meet in
Correct.
the school setting. Okay.
Yep.
In addition to having like the nighttime.
Oh, yeah, we have nighttime as well. Yeah.
Got it.
And for next year, that date is October 23rd.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you, Jill.
Yeah.
So, thank you. Folks, I'm going to forecast for you that
I have no idea.
Your sound is really breaking
I'm
up.
gonna ask you all to identify your interests. Anyone in the room, right? It's not, don't have to posture, don't have to. Can you hear me now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Folks, is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, I'm having trouble here. Okay, now, is that better?
I think we just have not as strong a signal. So you cut in and out sometimes.
Oh, shoot. Okay, I've got like good signal on my end. And I don't know if yours
Trying to
just
facilitator doesn't drink.
changed, but do you hear me now?
Sound like on that call.
Shoot.
I dropped down below the camera level to do that.
We got nothing now.
Yeah. Let's see.
Okay, folks, can you hear me?
There
Yes.
you go.
Okay, I'm sorry, it looks like it's toggling me back and forth between two internets here. I just went on the actual stronger one. So what I want to forecast for you, because this is like the first time we're going to IBB through something, right, guys? So I want to say that the process can get complicated. It can get frustrating when I remind you where you are in the 5 steps, but we'll just have to go with it. But I'm going to say that when I ask you to identify interests, that's next, I'm going to start taking notes on that. And one, just think of yourself like, as an individual, why does this matter? As an individual in the district, professional, wherever you sit, whatever hat you have on, does it matter to you and why? So that's what I'm going to ask you. So in a minute, we're going to sort of go through what is the interest? That is, does it matter and why? So I'll ask people to do that. There may not be just one interest. There may be 5. There may be 10. So when you're identifying the interest, people tend to slip and start to identify what interest they have in not doing it a certain way. So, right, and that can come later when you brainstorm solutions and start looking at what's feasible. That's when you raise why that would not be feasible for you, right? Right now, the interest is about the problem, not your interest in the solution, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and screen share. Usually I would do this on a flip chart or a grease board in the room, but we'll screen share, so I won't be able to see everybody. So just make sure you speak loud and don't let me pass you by if I don't see you trying to get my attention. And guys, just go ahead and start telling me what's your interest? Why does this matter, right? Does it matter and why, right? And if someone feels like it doesn't matter, you can say that too, but why? Okay, so let me screen share a Word doc. Is everybody clear on where we're heading? We're gonna identify interest, which is step number 2.
I'd say giving feedback to students and parents, having the time to give appropriate feedback to students and parents.
Okay, and I will take it a step further. Why does that matter? Sounds like a no-brainer, but let's just say it.
So that students can improve in their learning.
All right, so let's make it complete. So feedback to students and parents for improvement or success or whatever. Okay, what other interest?
I think having time to meet face-to-face with families is relationship building.
Okay, is that relationship building with the family?
I think with families and with students.
Okay. What else?
Do students usually come to those?
It depends on the parent.
Yeah.
Okay.
I always take my kids.
I can't imagine bringing I'm just like, I have a kindergartner, so I did not bring him.
Are there other interests? And the reason I really try to linger in this section is, depending on the topic, later, if it's complicated, this may not be, but later if it's complicated or your interests are related to mandates and things like that, we like to go back and make sure the solution is addressing the interest, or at least not harming an interest. So let's spend a little time here on interest. Any other interest you have in guaranteeing these days for teachers?
This is Mike. I'd say there's value in providing teachers that guarded workday in third quarter.
Why?
Planning, preparation, grading, parent feedback, student feedback.
Okay, that's what they're doing. Those are the technical aspects they're doing, but
To ensure student success.
Thank you.
so for duties that ensure student success. Anything else?
I mean, I think we definitely have an interest at the district level of making sure that we can prepare a calendar every year that complies with our student contact minute requirements.
Yeah, this is Michelle. I would say that there's an interest to ensure we meet the minutes mandated by KSDE for both seniors and all other students.
Okay, what else?
I think there's an interest to provide quality professional learning time for staff. And I know
Right.
that might seem odd in this one, but to give that day means less late starts. So I just think it's important that we are upfront about that.
Can you explain that to me?
So right now, the high school goes to school on that day because we need senior minutes. We also, in addition to that, have a late start at the high school level on Thursdays where kids
Okay.
come late. So, and teachers have professional learning communities and professional learning time to collaborate. And so if they have the work day, we will have to eliminate, I believe, 3 late starts, maybe 4. I'd have to go back and calculate it.
But it's already on the calendar. The workday is.
For next year, but we had to eliminate more late starts to get that. So that's just my
Is
point.
guys, I don't know if you're looking at my screen, is it this? Right, because you're saying you eliminated 3 late starts for this year. Does the guarantee eliminate them for future years?
Yes.
Could
Or
also be
or it
considering-
alleviates, it has to, you have to get the minutes somewhere. It's not necessarily in late starts,
Okay.
I guess. That's a
Okay.
solution. So you have to get the minutes somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say, instead of
Okay.
getting rid of a late start, like a shorter late start. But yeah,
Okay.
you're right, you have to get the minutes.
I think that's
Okay.
really the bigger issue, is that it makes seniors' time, it's not as big of an issue for all other students, but it is a concern for seniors.
Okay, so basically, is it guaranteeing those avoids you having to figure out how you get additional minutes for seniors, if you had those? Okay. What other interests do y'all have? Are there interests that are related to teachers? Not just them, the ability to do the work, but is there any interest there?
Yeah.
Is there any other district interest or board interest I'm missing here?
I think that goes back to, it's kind of a wasted day. If it's the day before spring break, kids are gone, they're not engaged, or, whatever. And so for your class to keep moving on with instruction, you maybe have 50% of your class gone, and that's not feasible. I think that's something I'd be interested in, is looking at actual attendance rates for that day historically. Just to see what it even looks like.
So would you say, look what I typed, Lindsay, if not these days, other days may not be appropriately placed on the calendar and therefore not as productive?
No, because currently the work day is a work day for K-8 in the spring, and 9 through 12 is still in school.
Okay.
But with like the Big 12 conference and spring breaks, attendance for 9 through 12 is often not as high as we would like.
Or they stay home to watch kids.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have a lot of students that have to stay home that day because their parents still have to work.
So they're watching younger siblings?
Yes. And that goes back to, equity.
The
and-
equity of it.
And I think also the teachers have an interest in knowing that they will have that time.
Because I could see being a 9 through 12 teacher, and so you have it this year, but then next year we go back to your teaching on that day. Just planning, that would be difficult, in addition to K-8 is on a work day and doesn't have students.
Is it teachers want assurance because helpful for consistent planning?
That, and it helps make sure that grade cards are finalized at the end of the third quarter.
Is there a deadline on that?
Typically.
Yes, there is.
I figured, okay. Guys, did I capture all this right? And I'm not sure I've captured anything really on equity. Unless it's under the interest above the assurance one. I mean, tease out that equity one for me a little bit. I heard it
think,
said you didn't capture anything on it.
Kids or high school students aren't able to attend because they're at home babysitting younger siblings, because parents still have to work and younger siblings are off school. But then just also peer-to-peer, some kids are gone and going on these great trips. Other kids are at school, and it, I believe, becomes very apparent of kind of the haves and have-nots of who's in attendance that day.
So I've captured equity here, and again, this goes back to whatever solutions y'all come up with to do this. You don't want to harm any of these interests, right? You want to address as many as you can, right? Solve as many of the interests that you have without harming it. So that's why we're capturing. So if anybody has an interest that they really be transparent, please put it out there. Because you want to make sure, even if it doesn't get addressed, that it doesn't get harmed. Are there any other interests from anyone?
I think, this is Mike again, I think Michelle's statement around student minutes captures this, but making sure that there's still some flexibility in the calendar, that when designing the calendar, there's some flexibility there for future years. You know, if Memorial Day falls weird or something like that, we still want to finish before then, or any of those issues. I think by adding this, we're perhaps pulling away from that flexibility. But having said that, I think, at least for me, there's clearly tremendous value in guaranteeing these days for staff as well. So that's what our discussion will be around.
Okay, you guys are gonna have to help me out with this, but I know it's something that I've heard, is that in terms of the start date for the school year and the end date, isn't there a goal to end before Memorial Day? Because I think right when I started with this district, there was a lot of stress that maybe the school year would have to extend past Memorial Day, and parents were like, I'm absolutely not able to send my kids because we're starting our vacation that weekend. So isn't there like a defined window we need to get all those minutes?
There's not a defined window, but I
Okay.
do think I think we all like that. Parents, teachers, administrators, everybody likes that. It doesn't always work that way, though. But
Okay,
the more flexibility, to Mike's point, I do think the more flexibility you have, the easier that is to accomplish. But it is what it is. I'm struggling with one issue are these interests that we have? Not issues, sorry.
You're an interest, yeah. So if it's just basically, if you have, it doesn't matter and why is where we're at.
I'm struggling with attendance is low, and while I agree that it probably is, I would, before we write that, that's an assumption on our part right now, and we're assuming
Okay.
it's because kids are babysitting or because they're on these extravagant vacations. And again, I'm not saying it's not true. I would just like to base our statements on data.
can we pull that up?
I've asked for it.
Okay. I was thinking too, and I wonder how much that becomes a slippery slope. So if now Friday is the first day off, then there are people starting vacations on Thursday, right? Like, does that just move back when you start your vacation knowing that there's no school on that day?
There's plenty of students that start Tuesday.
Well, and also,
know.
oh, go ahead. Also, I'd say since or pre-K through 8 already have the day off, the students already have that day off, some families just choose to leave that day as well. So, but
Because half their kids don't have school that day.
right.
So the interest may be that early childhood through 12 schedules are consistent before that holiday.
Yeah.
Or before that break.
I like that.
So I'm going to take out attendance as low, or at least flag it that maybe we just made an assumption. Are you, right, what I'm hearing is, Michelle, I may be wrong, maybe I'm overthinking it, but it sounds like you're saying that if we make this assumption, you may end up limiting your solutions when the solution could work in several ways that might line up those off days in a way that could solve the solution, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, my
That you don't
only
know
point is if we're going to list it, we should know it to be a fact rather than an
Okay.
assumption.
Or at least the level maybe?
Right.
Yeah.
Like, what are we talking? Is it,
I mean, if our normal daily attendance rate is 92% and it's 80, that's different than a conversation if our normal is 92 and it's 50.
Okay. So I don't know if you guys have staff during the summer that can pull this. If so, if someone wants to shoot an email, so you may end up tabling this at some point if this looks like it's going to hold you back on your consensus on a solution. But if someone is able to on lunch or whenever, shoot an email for anyone that is available to pull the data. It sounds like it'd provide more of a comfort level that you guys are heading in the right direction, or that this is, this is an interest that needs to be looked at. So Rachel, do you all have folks on staff through the summer or right now that can possibly pull attendance for 9 through 12?
We can get the data.
Okay.
Michelle's
Any
got
other
people.
interest here, guys? I'm seeing that really student and parent feedback to students and parents for improvement, right? You're saying like, if these days aren't guaranteed and they're not the right time, you might not get that appropriate feedback. You're saying that the same, like you want them guaranteed because it is a way you build relationships. Again, so many words you've said, providing, time to do the actual duties that ensure student success. Did someone say something?
I do have one more I think we should add. I think because we represent the board, I think the board has an interest in having as much flexibility as possible with the calendar.
Okay, so down here where it says the last one, making sure still some flexibility for future years.
Yes, I would just like to add that because the board approves the calendar ultimately, this is not it's not a administrator decision. At the end of the day, the board has to approve the calendar. And so I just think it's important to have the Board of Education in there.
So I'm going to put BOE here next to this interest. And then I would say that this interest, again, this may be a deeper discussion when you start selecting and looking at how you build consensus around solutions, right? It sounds as though you're saying you have some interest that may be of concern depending on what solutions you come up with.
So I have a question.
Okay.
Just like Jill and Jay, with the way the calendar is currently, without a work day at the end of third quarter, when do you guys finalize grade cards?
Over spring break.
Yeah,
Okay.
on our own time.
So I would say that's an interest to me, would be that staff aren't using spring
Personal.
break, personal time to complete grade cards.
Okay. So does that capture it? Avoid staff working on personal time to complete. Okay, guys. So really, I'm just going to go back to the interest again, providing quality learning for staff to avoid late starts in future years, or other ways you may have to revert to get some senior minutes. It may be an equity issue, but we said we wanted to kind of take a look at that data if available. Teachers want assurance because it helps them with inconsistent planning. It helps with meeting the deadline on grade cards. So again, you guys see what I'm saying, making sure there's still some flexibility for future years is not really an interest related in the initial statement. It's a protection that is of concern when you guys get to solutions. You're gonna, I think Michelle's forecasting for you guys. The BOE traditionally has had this flexibility. And then another interest on guaranteeing the days is to make sure staff doesn't work on their personal time to complete the work. If those days were not guaranteed or were not there in the future. Is that what you're saying, guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So now I just want to remind you of the paperclip exercise. I want to remind you of the birds on the fountain in the town square exercise that we did in training. I want to encourage you. Do you remember how you didn't really care how many ideas came out for the paperclip, right? Because you didn't have a position you determined, right? you didn't really care how many ideas you came up for the birds. You didn't feel personal about it, right? As much as you can. This is an issue I think is very important, right? But as much as you can, see if you can let this brainstorming session that we're moving into just be free flow. Because if it's a stupid idea or it's an idea that won't get any traction, you're going to get there. Just because you throw it up as a brainstorm idea doesn't mean you're agreeing to it. And so try not to block ideas as we brainstorm. The more ideas you have, the more you might piece something together that might surprise you, that addresses all the interests that you might be able to find consensus on. So if there are no more interests, I generally do save these flip charts in case we don't finish this topic. I'd want to put this back up. So right now I'm going to minimize, but I will eventually save this.
Can I
And
just,
now I'm going to open. Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question to make sure we fleshed out all the interests. I know the calendar
Okay.
is a huge issue for our community as well. Are we missing any community interest, like when we have people call in and gripe about the calendar and things not working on it? Is there anything in there that we need to consider as we develop solutions? I know I mentioned like people would like a certain start date and end date. Is there anything else that we hear from our community about calendar-related concerns?
Good question.
The only one I can think of right now off the top of my head, we get a lot of pushback on not full weeks. But that's the only one right now that I could think. But, I mean, we already sort of have that with pre-K 8.
Like my kid is home every Friday this month and I
Correct.
have to find childcare.
Yes. I don't know.
Is that an interest that belongs here, guys? You all know this issue better than I do.
I don't think so. I
Okay.
mean, I can't think of anything that belongs in there that pertains to this particular Friday or whatever day of the week it
Okay.
falls on.
Good thinking. Good question. Good question. Okay. So like, guys, brainstorm your ideas.
So we're to the like
Even if-
possible solution phase now?
Yes, that's where we're at. Brainstorming solutions. Yep.
So I can state the one we've already stated, the obvious one? Okay, so add language in the add a bullet in the negotiated agreement that states there will be a full day for parent-teacher conferences in the fall.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put that one up. Add contract language. I think you guys call it an agreement, but I'm contract agreement, that's what I'm saying, okay? Language to ensure a full day in the fall.
A full day of parent-teacher conferences
Okay,
in the fall.
what else?
I would say in addition to that, adding a full day, adding contract language to add a full day, work day on the Friday before spring break.
Okay, what else? Are there other ways to guarantee the appropriate time, right? I know our head's in the calendar for sure. Are there other ways to guarantee appropriate time?
I mean, obviously, we had a process that happened last session that resulted in those changes being made for the 2021 calendar. And I don't know exactly what that looked like, but it seemed like as it was being developed, there was consultation about fitting those days in.
Just a little history on, at least from my memory, negotiations last year, we had brought this forth and we were told absolutely no. And then Dr. Atha came back after one session to the next one and said that they actually realized they didn't have enough senior minutes, if I remember correctly. So as they were going back to change the calendar to fix senior minutes, then it was done away from the table, like, and changing that. So I think that last year's process didn't necessarily, it wasn't really a process. It was a different problem arose, and so our problem kind of fell in.
So Lindsay, are you saying last year it was sort of a informal, accidental input on the calendar because of another issue?
Yeah,
Related?
I would say yes, that at least from my memory, we were told no, that that wasn't a possibility, it wasn't going to happen. And then because of other things with, I think, senior minutes and something with an athletic event or something needed to be changed, and so our changes got made as well. But I wouldn't call it like something that was agreed to at the table.
Right, and that is how, I think that's how Dr. Afa explained it to me as well, is that it was not done inside the negotiation process. So.
Rachel, can you look at the sentence I just wrote and sort of talk a little bit more about it so we can get a little more
Right,
specific
so
on what?
maybe there could be a process whereby the administrator who is developing the calendar to be sent to the board for approval has a discussion with a representative from NEA to understand their interests as the calendar is being developed. Understanding that that's not a guarantee, but maybe that gives flexibility depending on. I feel like I still don't really have an idea of like how big of a challenge it is to get these minutes in. I mean, are we?
I felt like last time, Michelle, you said something like they had a day or they had like 3 hours.
It's
Over.
really tight this
Okay.
next year. I think it's 3 hours. I think we have 1089 and we need 1086.
And that's with adding in 2 additional professional development days at the beginning of the year.
Correct.
Okay.
And did it get harder when we implemented the late start?
That's when it became really hard. That's when it became difficult, to be completely frank, is those late starts significantly impact seniors.
So I don't even know if I like this suggestion, but we're brainstorming. What if we wrote in that the last Thursday of late start is not PLC, but it's grade prep, that it's work day, that it's work time? I don't even know if that gets us to where we're wanting.
That gets us worse. Professional development counts as a 0.5 for us in student minutes. Work days counts as 0.
Oh, so you're saying those late starts, like the hour that we have as a late start, or however long it is, it gets to count as half of that time counts as student minutes?
That's correct.
Okay.
But work days
So-
count as nothing.
Right.
So then, sorry.
go ahead.
Stephanie. I was just gonna.
Yeah,
say-
no, I'm just saying, I'm going to leave it because we are sort of censoring, and that's okay. Michelle's given feedback. So I'm going to say it may not help, but just having the idea there may spark another idea. So that could work. Go ahead.
So then, what about the idea of shortening late starts by half hour, something like that, so that kids started a half an hour earlier than they have in the past to make up that 30 minutes? I mean, it'd be an incremental buildup of more hours.
I think it currently is 7:20 is when we report, and then 8:50 is when that's when we start our classes.
Yeah.
So right now, it's an hour and a half of PLC time every Thursday.
But only an hour of that is kid time, right? What's your normal start day?
7:20.
No,
No
7:40.
kids.
Oh, 7:40.
So it's an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay, I see
Kids
what you're
are an hour and 10 minutes, because that's
Gotcha.
what we count.
Right, right.
Can I clarify, Michelle? So what I'm saying is that Thursday, the 11th, right, in this scenario, instead of being PLC, it would be a work time for that hour and a half. And we would lose those minutes, but it'd be far less than losing the whole day the next day.
I thought you meant every Thursday.
Just that Thursday, so the teachers had time to work on grades right before the break.
And that'd be for secondary only?
Well, we're the only ones that have a
It'd be
late
only
start.
For high school.
Oh, right. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
What other ideas?
Are
And can
there
you tell me,
any-
I'm getting ready, go ahead.
If we're looking for more time, which I think is where this is going, right? Like if we're going to take those days as full parent teacher or work day, we may need more time to be able to be student contact hours.
So we can increase
So
the
there's
high
some
school
level
day
of
by 5
flexibility.
minutes.
is there any other days that we have in here, like, that could be
So-
like,
yeah.
January 2nd?
I'm thinking of
No.
the
it's already
Monday
empty
before
number.
graduation. Seniors come to have a full day of school the Monday before graduation. Because graduations are Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right?
I'll have to
Usually.
even look and see if we counted that already.
Okay.
But I'd have to look at that. But one
Or I guess the Tuesday.
one thing
even.
would be to have kids come 5 additional minutes at the high school level.
Say it again?
Kids would come to school 5 additional minutes
Each day.
each day
Okay.
in the calendar.
What time does high school end now?
7:40 to 2:40.
You'd have to do it on the beginning, I think, for buses.
So 7:35 start time?
Yes.
Okay, what else? Remember, you don't have to dig each one, you don't have to explore each one as you think of it. Let's just get them all up there to start looking to.
I was saying have seniors come one more day. I'm not sure if they come to school the Tuesday of graduation or not. I originally said Monday, but I think they do count the Monday before graduation.
I just have to.
Because at
look.
least they're there getting their caps
Some
and
days we
gowns
do,
and their,
yeah.
and
Sometimes we-
practicing lineups, so.
So
Are you all seeing my screen
Yes.
completely?
Yes, yeah.
can I
7
clarify
captured,
with-
or do you want to say more on that? In terms of what I need to type?
Can I clarify that number 5, I was meaning shorten all late starts by a specific amount? Not just like
Okay.
one particular late start, just shorten all of them and turn that time into student contact time.
And maybe not necessarily the
so-
30 minutes, oh, you said up to. You said up to. I think.
So if I just add the word all in there, up to 30 minutes, you want me to take the times out?
And that'll reduce our professional development time though, right?
That's correct. Well,
But
technically,
isn't it usually PLCs during?
just remember that anything let's say you reduce 30, then you only gain 15. If you reduce 10, you only gain 5.
Right.
Isn't late starts usually PLC time for the high school? Or is
Yes, so
Yes.
if we would have less PLC time. But,
What do you think of that trade-off?
I think 30 minutes is a lot of time to take off each Thursday. Yeah. I don't know, are we
Not
discussing these yet?
I don't know, not
No,
doing
I
it,
think
don't
that,
know an
I
appropriate
think that
number.
you guys will start to sit back and just kind of look, think, talk, think about exactly what you're doing, what will work, what won't, until you have some hybrid version that might get consensus. But I think I'd like to just ask you guys to push yourselves one more time. Are there other, outside the box, inside the box, are there other solutions you want to get up on this list? Again, if they're not perfect, they may spark another idea.
Could we?
So is there, I mean,
create
get
like a-
creative. Let's see, can you push a couple more? And then we'll start looking at each one to see what starts to come forward for you.
Could we create a committee that has teachers, admin, principals, any stakeholder, to work on the calendar every year as like a collaborative thing, so that it's not just falling on one person's shoulders?
Okay, let me see if I'm capturing this. Oh, I'm way off when I try to spell
There
check
is-
and I elaborate. Okay,
I don't know, if this could be a solution,
Unless-
it's more of a question. Why do the seniors get out early? Has that been happening for 20 years, 10 years, forever?
Well, it predates me, so.
Right. So only like
That's
10
old.
years?
That's
No.
old, Jill. And I know that the state statute has less minutes for them, so
Okay.
that's probably why, but I don't know,
Oh.
because seniors have to go less minutes than any other students.
Okay.
And so it's a state statute.
What is the early, when do they get out early?
They get out like a week before other kids. That what seniors do.
It's almost 2 weeks.
Like
Because
10
the-
days or something.
yeah.
It depends where graduation falls.
Right.
Really?
And they're only required to attend 1,086 hours.
Is that normal?
Yes,
Like across Kansas or across?
yes.
That's what I mean, that happened to me.
Like, I
graduated.
don't remember a lot of high school anymore, but I don't remember, I went to high school in Missouri, but I don't remember getting out earlier.
So in Kansas, seniors attend 1,086 hours.
Okay.
All other students attend 1,116 hours.
Okay, so
You mean in
I
terms of the
guess
minimum
we're daring
requirement?
to ask the question of what happens if we change that tradition?
That's a state statute, so
But
We're
just
not
the number
changing
of minutes though, right?
it's, well,
You
we
could go
count
over it.
hours. You can count minutes. So it's
okay.
important to know that's hours because that's how we count. You can count days, minutes, or hours. We choose to count hours.
But the date that that the seniors have their last day of school. Let me try and pull up
I think
that
what you're saying is
statute
they
here.
could go over the number of hours.
They could. I
But it
would
could
not be the one to make that. I wouldn't want to be the one to make that decision, but yes, we could make them go 11:16 just like we do all other students.
Well, I mean, in
Or
essence, we
somewhere
already
in
are
between,
making
but
them
guys-
go over by 3.
So you,
I
you
mean,
guys have
if you
started,
increase that and pad
Well,
it
our
a little bit.
our other kids go over usually too,
Yeah, no, I'm just saying,
but yes.
as a whole.
so is the question, can you get time there, right?
Right, because I think,
Okay.
I feel like what all of our solutions are doing is trying to find some time. Is that right?
We would
Like-
be, I just want to throw this out there, we would be, if we start doing that, we're going to be changing major traditions in the Shawnee Mission School District.
Right, and I think I even heard, maybe, I don't have you guys on camera right now, I've got my screen share, but I think I heard Jill say, oh, or someone said, I wouldn't want to be the one to do that. So those are the things now, I think if you guys feel like you have brainstormed all you can, now you're going to go back and say, off the bat, there may be some things you're probably not really going to zone in on. Either there's not a will to do it, there's not a way to do it, or, so, I mean, do you all feel like these are 9 possible solutions? If more come up, as you are discussing these, that's great, right? It means you're just morphing yourself into some additional ideas or a real fine version of 1 or 2 of these ideas. If you think you are done brainstorming ideas, then you could start to just everybody take a few moments of silence and kind of look on the screen and tell me if you cannot see it and start seeing what is popping out to you. What ideas might now silently come to you before we start kind of delving into each one. And I don't know that we'll go in order. We'll probably go where there's the most interest.
Well, now I got another question too, real quick. So in elementary, we PLC during our plan time. Is that different in high school?
Yes, late start is every Thursday designated, hour and a half to PLC time, and then we still get, our plan time. Wednesday and Thursday is different because Wednesday and Thursday are block days. So let's say I had a 3rd-hour plan, I'd have my plan Wednesday, but I wouldn't have my plan Thursday. The PLC time happens in the mornings on Thursdays.
And it's, a lot of times that's the only time certain subjects would have combined together to
Together.
work.
Gotcha.
Yeah, to actually discuss.
So to your point, Jonathan, strategy 322 that Lynn and I are going to present on the elementary side of that has some suggestions on doing a late start or an early release to provide something similar for elementaries.
Okay.
But again, that would eat into minutes as well.
Okay, folks, do you have a clear view of my screen? I hate to say it's taking me in 2 pages. I'm not sure how to get out that. When I was in the view mode, I want to get off of that.
Go to Zoom.
Luckily, I'm not old enough
Yep,
that
and
I
then
can't
go to
read that,
I don't
but
know,
it is
200,
pretty
can you put in
small.
an actual time right there? It says, you could put in, oh, never mind.
I think I was better in,
Yeah, that's good.
shoot. Well, no, because you got 9 of them, you got 9 and you only see 6. Do you see all 9?
If you're on a
try
mouse,
now.
you can use your wheel to custom zoom.
I just plugged in, but I'll give it to you here shortly.
Jill, can you see all 9 on your screen right now?
We see 6.
No, I can see 6.
So if
In
you
the
go-
bottom corner, Stephanie, over in the bottom right, you can hit that minus button. It should zoom it out.
Or the
Keep going
plus.
over, there you go. You can kind of, yeah, adjust it as you like.
But do you all
That's
see?
8, there's
make
9.
sure-
There you go.
We see what you see.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
but
see
do you
exactly
all-
what you see.
Do you have my whole menu up top or no, not on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, is it bothersome? Are we okay like that?
I don't care.
That's fine.
Okay,
Can
All
I
right.
ask a question?
yes.
I'm assuming we are not limited to just picking one or two, like,
Oh,
solutions on this
no,
list.
I think it's rare that you got, sometimes you do just pick one or two, right? There may be a version of a couple that come together. There may be something that is created that's not up here yet, but you sort of start developing it as you're unpacking these.
For
So if there are
clarification for
any
number.
other that come up as you're talking, we'll add additional ideas or things that start to morph together. I'll just listen to y'all talk and make some notes and then do a check-in on where it feels like you guys are zoning in. So someone just wanted to say something else and then tell me, do you want to jump right in or do people need a 5-minute?
For number 5,
Oh.
how many total late starts are there?
We have to find that
I'd
out.
have to count them, but basically from early September till late April, mid-April, every Thursday.
I could use a 5-minute break just to go to the bathroom real quick.
Right, I
could
was
too.
thinking people have been at it for a while. It's 10:41. Should we come back about 10:46 or do you need a little
Yep,
more than
that's
that?
great.
Okay. And then are you guys on for lunch at 11:30 for an hour?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I will click back on here at about 10:46.
If everyone else. And we're working on 4, and I think we'll get to 2 today.
So we'll just, oh, Lindsay.
And just for you, I put a check mark so you could actually have something checked off.
That makes me,
Oh, I
that
know.
works so well for me. That was my anxiety after the last time. I'm like, we got stuff done, but no boxes were checked.
Welcome to the world of ADD and running all over and working on about 50 different things.
We're all here now.
Okay, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, I am going to, am I screen sharing right now, guys?
Yes.
Your desktop.
Oh, only my desktop. Okay, one sec.
There we go.
Okay, so I think these are, let me get this out of the way. I think these are your solutions that are on the screen. Kind of start taking a look and you may have questions of each other related to this. You may start seeing things that need more info. You may see things that feel good or that you have concerns about. So
Okay, I have a question
start-
that I don't really want to ask, but I feel like I need to. Does it make any sense at all to bring the PD issue into this? My concern being that we might come up with a solution that then forecloses when we look at PD time. Do we need to consider these together, or should we just wait and consider it later?
Well, I think 322's recommendations definitely impact this discussion in regards to minutes.
I just would hate to
As
get
we
to a
talk about
solution
minutes,
that
I mean,
then,
Yeah.
but I also would like to like check box, so.
yeah. What do other people think?
You talking issue statements from Shawnee Mission and NEA?
Right, so I know that a concern that the board identified was making sure we have adequate professional development time for our professional employees. And some of the, I think if we're really looking at the calendar and work days, then does it make sense to holistically consider those things so we at least understand that if we're impacting PD day, that we're,
Well, and it also goes to some of the COVID stuff with us moving and transitioning to Canvas and requiring extra training on it specifically for this year. There's a whole list of things
you
that this
said-
kind of dances into.
because there's professional development time is addressed in the P&A. Is it around that same,
Article 12, like where that big chunk is of days is all addressed. So I know we had previously talked about, like, the days that we're talking about are at least in the calendar for 2020, 2021. Now, I think, I don't feel comfortable pushing this to another year of negotiations, but if we feel like PD is going to impact this, strategy 3.22 is going to address this, then do we put this on hold?
Or put a pin,
We
like,
just table
Yeah,
it for
just table it.
final discussion later after we've talked about these other things.
I'm just, my only thought was like, so great, we come up with something that maybe then reduces PD time, thereby we've compounded that issue.
I think the issue for this year, though, is we're going to want to add more professional development, which is taking away the minutes. So I think, is it really this year that's the issue? You know, are we gonna need that additional PD the following year?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I think to your point, Jonathan, this year's calendar is good with what we're asking to do. It's future calendars and what future PD is gonna look like that's gonna be impacted. So yeah, I agree. I mean, I think there's a lot of areas that could be impacted by a potential decision that we come up with.
I feel like we're gonna have to pull solutions for, like, in my mind, I'm thinking we develop solutions for all of these issues, and then we have to marry them to be a harmonious, comprehensive solution.
Well, it's just like when we went through the updates that we did earlier, you know, and we talked about SPED. Well, this is something that we're going to talk about. We're just going to leave it the way it is for right now. I think we've had some good discussions, and we kind of have some brainstorming done, and I think we need to just take a pause on it, dwell on it for a little bit, and discuss the other things and see how, I mean, because it's going to be a dance.
How does that work in IBB, Stephanie, when you've got, you know,
No,
we group these things together?
Yeah, I think that it's fine to table it. I would say that you all want to, right now, since this is the first thing you're tabling, you all want to think about how do you flag the status that you've left it in, and where do you flag that? And so I want you to keep in mind that if I were in person, and these interest and brainstorm ideas were on a paper flip chart, I kind of just tell whoever is in the room that's office is closest to where we meet, you know, hey, don't forget to take these to your room. And they fold them and put them on a shelf and bring them back next session, right? But since we're doing this electronically, I'll just open them up next session, or I can send them over so that you guys own them as well. So just in terms of technically, you don't want to have to start the interest and brainstorming over. You're going to see how it dovetails into the rest of the work, it sounds like. That's one thing. Number two, on the issue statement, if anyone's still keeping a paper bargaining binder, I would write today what you did on this, what you've decided, so somebody is the keeper of where you are on everything, you know, at any given time. And then the last thing I want to remind you of is, just remember, I don't keep anything permanently. Remember, we talked about in training, confidentiality. My information goes to the shredder when I'm done facilitating for you guys. So we need to just think about that, you know, by the end of the session, how you want to memorialize where you've stopped and who can keep track of that. I'll keep my eye on it just to facilitate you back to it, but I don't keep my eye on it for any other reason.
How do we feel about like our chart up there where we have issues? Just maybe, like I can put a star next to NEA-4. I think for me, visually being able to see like we need to do some work on that would help.
Can we also like check mark or cross off the ones we've taken care of?
I'm like that. I'm a flip.
It needs to be the red exclamation mark to know that we need to circle back and
We need another.
just like
Well, I think you can
Outlook.
put a star on it and then at the bottom write what the star means.
Right.
And I think we need to.
But I'm with you, Rachel. I like to mark out, then I start to
Yeah.
circle, then I start to highlight. So I think, yeah, you guys did have some good discussion. You started to unpack it enough to know sort of the bigger picture here is going to possibly impact. But I think you've got some good ideas that if you would have had to work through, you'd figure it out.
So as a summary
So
of what we're doing with this, we are putting a pin in it, and then we will consider these solutions along with solutions that we develop to the professional development time issue and the 322 issue. Is that an accurate summary?
That's right.
Okay. Did you hear me?
Calendars.
Oh, the ones that we, I believe, have completed are NEA 1 and NEA 3, thanks to our group that did work outside the session.
Okay, so NEA 1, NEA 3 is completed. We're putting a pin in, what is the one, this is the.
4,
what
NEA
numbers?
4.
NEA 4 has a pin in it. And then what we had on our calendar for the rest of this session is to go ahead and IBB process the SPED issue statement. Just identify or flag if there needs to be any ongoing or one-time COVID questions or follow-up. And then a report from Michael and Linda on strategy 322. So what would you all like to do next?
We have 30 minutes.
I think we
Before
could
lunch.
this fed.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, missed it. What'd you say, Rachel?
I think we can go ahead and dive into NEA issue 2, the plan time for our certified SPED staff.
Okay. Okay, so that came from NEA. Jill or anyone want to go ahead and just sort of read us your issue statement, make sure we've sort of nailed it before we frame and focus and move on to interest.
Okay, so the issue statement is, how do we ensure that certified SPED staff receive appropriate plan time?
I think it's pretty crystal clear. It does not have a solution in it. It doesn't limit ideas. Anybody want to give just a little background to frame and focus it, meaning giving something anecdotal on why it's a problem, and then we'll move into interest. So
Yeah,
let's
so
frame it.
there, at different levels, there's different amounts of plan time that are guaranteed in the negotiated agreement. So for example, in the elementary level, it's 230 minutes. Special education teachers are having that time infringed upon and not getting their 230 minutes of plan time each week. Similar things are happening at the middle and high school where they get 1 period of plan time per day, and it's being infringed upon. So there are paragraphs in the negotiated agreement that address special education teacher schedules that we believe might possibly be a source of why the infringement's happening.
Can you give like what an intrusion might
Sure.
look like?
Ask to come sit with a student that needs extra assistance. Maybe Lindsay can help.
So that might look like a child who's maybe in crisis and experiencing lots of emotions, large behaviors. I think from some SPED teachers I've spoken with, that's both gen ed and special education students. The special education teacher is pulled from plan to help that student. I think that also looks like just kids being sent to their rooms, their classrooms, because they're struggling in class.
Right.
I think it could be in any number of things.
And it's not, I'm
sorry.
sorry, let's add on to that. It's not that, it's, the negative part of that isn't that the teacher is going to help the student. It's that they are not then given a way to recapture that plan time.
I think it's also to fit in groups depending on what the building's master schedule looks like. That might be, okay, you get 10 minutes of plan now, 10 minutes of plan later, and then you have 30 minutes later on. So it's not a consistent chunk of time, which the negotiated agreement says it needs to be at least
20.
20.
To count as plan time, it needs to be at least 20 minutes.
Yeah,
in
uninterrupted.
length.
And just to clarify, you feel like the language in the PNA right now potentially gives a principal latitude to kind of massage that?
Correct.
Right, because I
I think
think
it
it's,
explicitly gives the principal the latitude to,
I think
do
it's
that.
important to note that buildings' master schedules are created by the administration. So specifically calling out special education teachers as saying the administration's sets your schedule, when really they set the schedule of the building. I think, like Jay said, gives it more latitude to pull.
What other questions do folks have about this issue to have, just to be able to sort of focus it a little more? Any other questions? I don't know if you identified an article number. What else are you guys thinking on this? In
Is
terms
it
of just,
your, without like naming specific buildings, is it your perception that this is a district-wide issue, more pronounced at certain levels or more pronounced at certain buildings?
I think it's a dartboard, like just,
Okay.
you know,
And I would think that, as Linda being the president, she would hear from the teachers more than, I would hear from teachers in my own building.
Right.
But, so I guess we could ask
Yeah, I
her.
think if the team's okay with that, I would appreciate, because I think Linda hears that input a lot more than we do, if we could have her share her perception.
If it's across the board,
Yeah.
here and
I'm
there.
absolutely fine. If you want to give us an overview, Linda.
Sure. I would say that year to year it varies. It's more pronounced in certain programs, SLP being one, programs where kids are never necessarily, or very rarely in regular ed classrooms.
At SLC?
SLC, sorry.
That's okay.
Remember high school Spanish years.
Yeah, well, I was thinking speech, SLP is speech and language, and I was thinking,
SLC.
C, gotcha.
And some of your behavior schools as well. I think probably it's more pronounced at the elementary level because high school you have more staffing, more flexibility, ability for parents to float a little bit. I think it really affects lunchtime is a huge part of it.
Right.
And quite frankly, just the hearts of these individual educators, they just,
If they're asked, they're going to say yes.
Yeah.
yes. Sometimes you even have to kind of, and it does take a lot of creative planning in the schedule to figure out how that happens.
One, I think it's important to note.
Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's important to note also, if the special education teacher is on plan, typically there are still paraeducators, various people in the room running groups. So their plan time is still, there are lots of interruptions because there's people in the room.
They don't have a quiet space to go.
Right.
What's the challenge on the administrator side? What's the,
If I can, I'll give my hat perspective. I think this issue would come to HR if it was an issue. I can tell you that over the course of 4 years, I have not dealt with it. If a principal were to reference this language in the P&A, I would not read it that way, that they have the latitude to pull away plan time. So to me, I'm looking at it, says,
what page are you on, Michael?
Um,
I'm on 45E, special education teachers' schedules to be established by the principal in consultation with the teacher in consideration of student and teacher needs. I don't, I'll defer to other people, but I don't see that as different than any other schedule that they create. I think the principal has a latitude to do that, but we still have to guarantee the plan, the duty-free lunch, the so on and so forth, so.
So if the problem is not coming from and maybe it is, I'm just asking the question. If the problem isn't coming from our administrators feeling like they have that ability, what would be the source of the problem then?
I think the source of the problem is crisis. Kids are in crisis and you need all hands on deck. I understand why it happens, but I also agree that it shouldn't happen and that this has not come to me. If it came to me that said, John isn't getting his plan time, then I would call the principal and I'd be like, you got to make sure they have their plan time. Figure it out. You're going to have to figure it out with the parent. You're going to have to figure it out with another administrator in the building. You're going to have to figure it out somehow to make sure that they have plan time. I feel really strongly about special ed teachers having adequate plan time, strictly because they have a lot of paperwork to do. I mean, I don't like that answer, but it's true. I mean, it's a fact. So I don't read it as latitude for them to have less plan time at all. And I would tell a principal. And again, that I can recall, I don't think this has come to me either. And typically, I think it would even come to us before you. But I would tell a principal, you have to find the plan time.
The reason why I ask this, I think the source of the problem, or potential sources, maybe there's more than one at different places, that I think helps us develop more effective solutions.
I think Linda said it, and I think Michelle just said it. It's crisis. It's, there's something going on, and we need help, and they just go to, hey, you can help us right now, and the kind teacher says, yeah, but at the same time,
And then that adds up.
It adds up, right? Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if it happens once a year, but if it's happening once a week and constantly, and I'm constantly taking a teacher's lunch or plan time, that's not okay.
I think that goes also to the process of addressing the fact that, and acknowledging to the principals the fact that, like, if you are calling on this person and interrupting that time, it doesn't end when that crisis is over. You have to also look at this situation and come with a way for that teacher to recapture that time to get their work done. And I think that's one of the bigger areas where it's getting dropped, is it's like, great, thanks, see you later.
And there's not the provision of, now we have to make up your plan time.
Correct.
Is there a way to make up plan time? Like if I had an emergency as a principal and I was like, I have to have you help me, is there an actual way to do that?
I think it's easier in larger buildings and definitely easier at middle school and high school, but at the elementary level, I think it gets very difficult.
I know when I taught resource, if there was a crisis, whether it was during my plan time or during a time that I had groups, my time was so tight that there wasn't a time that I could later devote to having my plan time and making that time up. Like, if I was gonna then have my plan time, that means I'm not seeing kids, and if I'm not seeing kids, I'm not meeting service minutes.
Okay.
Which is, of course, a legal requirement. So I think that that's also where the struggle comes from, is people are feeling like I'm getting told to do things, but then that means that I'm feeling tighter and tighter on doing right by kids and doing right by their IEPs.
And then having the courage sometimes to speak up about it and ask for a solution. What's the process for them to be able to tell their administrator that it's affecting, their plan time, and it's affecting their daily routines?
And I think, like Linda said, people are wanting to do right by kids, and so then doing right by kids, but also standing up for yourself and doing right by yourself is difficult.
I get that. You don't want to be a complainer. Okay.
Guys, it sounds like, boy, when I do a lot of work with healthcare workers, nurses, and I'm doing more and more with teachers, it's one of those issues that if we were talking about employees in a manufacturing plant or on an assembly line, and we said, well, this is just a matter of contract enforcement, right? No one really cares beyond that, right? You just clock in at 7 o'clock, you leave at 3 because you're just making widgets on the line, right? We want to just enforce the contract. What's more of a challenge here is same with nurses. Like if there's a patient need, they're not going to take their lunch or break. Bottom line. And then we say, well, the contract says you can have lunch or break. Just enforce it, right? So it feels as though this is more of a, instead of creating language that already exists, it sounds like there's just a layer here that is something that if you had labor management meetings, either on the district level or in the school level, I would say, hey, is this something that needs to be raised in a different forum in terms of just education on the contract, and the parties that are closest to the situation figure out the student needs and still honor the contract? What do you all think of that? Or do you feel you need to IBB it out and strengthen the language, or what are you feeling? I'm feeling like you've got language. So is it negotiations? I don't know the answer. What do you think?
Well, I second I'm trying to collect my thought on this, but the purpose, what is the purpose of this statement? If it's already like, we know that administrators develop your schedule. What is the purpose of singling this out if it wasn't an attempt to override the plan thing?
So you're asking, does this language serve any purpose?
Correct.
Correct.
This is just Mike talking. I think it's redundant. I think administrators have the ability to create schedules.
And then an obligation
And
to
an obligation
make sure
to-
they have plan time.
Right.
And I think we'd all agree on that basis. And that's one of the things on why we looked at this and was like, we need to address this as a group, is like, if this is redundancy, then call it what it is, remove it, and move on, knowing that above that it says administrators make the schedule.
So if we eliminate that language, and then maybe also have a way that we each address that, right? So I'm envisioning Michelle.
I can address it in the administrator guidelines. I mean,
Yeah.
it's easy.
Because I'm trying to think about something that, okay, so we've got unnecessary language, we take it out, but I also think some conversations are helpful as to, when we do back to school training or whatever, that's something that Dr. Hubbard can address with administrators and problem solve with them about how do we do that? And then can we have like a follow-up, where we're, I don't know if, where we check in with Lindsay or something and say, how's it going? What feedback are you getting? Are there hot spots where this isn't happening?
Well, and I think that it would be important to create some kind of mechanism to track this a little bit better, because if, Jill's my principal and Jill's the one who's calling me to deal with crisis once a week or however often it is, if we don't have the best working relationship, or I want to help, but also I need my plan time, it can be difficult to then come to Jill and say, listen, you're taking my plan time. I don't have enough time. So I could see that maybe there aren't as many complaints about it because it's going to the person that you have the problem with and who's taking your plan time, which is tough.
And I'm not saying this as a negative. We're asking some of our most caring, dedicated staff members to speak out. And
I get that. But we also can't solve a problem if we don't know about it.
Correct.
And timeliness is definitely important, because by the time that their time has been infringed on there's no way to get that back, They have become out of whack with their work-life balance. They're unhappy. And so I think, even if it's challenging, we have to have communication to know.
Well, that's where I think having some sort of mechanism other than just going to your principal.
I think, and this is spitballing, of course, is the periodic asking, surveying sped teachers on their conditions, their work conditions, and asking them, are you getting your plan time? Are you getting your lunch? And then once we actually have some of that data, then we can look at it, and then we can really pinpoint, okay, this is happening at these schools. It's not a widespread thing. Or consistently at the grade schools, this is an issue. You know, I think if we're not, we need to have a way to diagnose, diagnostic of this data versus, well, I don't hear the squealing wheel, so there's not a problem.
Or even have it be solved at the building level if possible. You know, the special education teachers speak with a building rep. And not in all buildings, but in a lot of buildings, the building reps meet with the principals monthly. So it could be a topic of discussion monthly with the principal.
Okay, so are we still hearing this discussion? Are we still in a place where we feel like deleting that provision from the P&A is what we do the P&A, but then we are working together to kind of bullet out some other steps that we're going to take this school year?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've created a folder called tentative agreements, and everyone can type, like, you'll see NEASM-4 bedtime, and please feel free to type in this the same time I am, or like, so I've memorialized in there, we're going to delete that language from the P&A. And then,
Well, I want to ask, I'm just going to tell you what I'm hearing. I'm hearing Jill saying could be addressed at the local level. I'm hearing Jay saying, got to zoom in to know where it needs to be addressed, if at all. I'm hearing everyone say if that second paragraph appears to give leeway, you want to remove it so the first paragraph's clear. Is this something you want to keep in the IBB arena? Or is it something you want to keep in the IBB arena? And if you remember, as you head towards the end of this session, not today, but I mean the end of this contract, when you have, when you ratify and you're done with this contract cycle, you all were going to talk about how do we continue to utilize collaborative processes between negotiations. Maybe this is one of those things that will kind of make you guys look at, okay, what do we have the luxury of working on now that we're not under pressure for a contract, right? So I don't know. I don't know that this will be special to you whether or not you all as a group decide to keep this in the negotiation arena or it goes elsewhere. You don't have to decide now, but every district does different, right? When I think of Lawrence, this is one of those things that they kind of keep in the IBB arena, but it's not really something that they're negotiating language over. They're kind of checking on and kicking it to appropriate people in that are closer to the problem, if you will. So you all can decide that at some other time, but it sounds like you're
to this problem. Okay.
Because, I mean, it impacts special education and I think the leadership team for sure, and ensuring that principals are doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I mean, we have an obligation to make sure our principals follow the agreement, and that is in the agreement, and we should be following that. I think it's on us.
I think that it would be good if we're looking at this, if we are in agreement of striking that out, of then maybe setting up a task force for whatever, for lack of a better word, with, equal members from your group and some of our NEA SPED people to look at ways of looking at the data, and then that way we have clear picture if we do need to pick it up again, have a meeting once a semester or whatever and look at how it's working if we're collaborating.
I would like the opportunity to solve the problem before we have logs and have meetings and because it's never been brought to my attention. So I would like the opportunity to fix the problem now that it's in front of me versus creating more work for people before we give that the opportunity to work.
But I think having a task force or a subcommittee or whatever that's just looking at how do we, if we're talking about retaining teachers, our retention of our special education teachers is very important. and just looking at like like we've said, like that work-life balance of how do we improve conditions might be beneficial.
And I feel like building leadership teams should be doing that at the local level versus a district answer, because every building looks so very different when you're talking about solutions.
I feel like what this is all getting at is like, how do we make sure that we've actually made a change? Is that like, we're trying to do that. And I do absolutely get like an overcomplicated solution is not an effective solution either. So how is it that we look and say, I will say when I've seen Dr. Hubbard address principals to do what she tells her to do, they follow.
I was going to say, you guys have a couple of routes, and it sounds like some power and legitimacy behind both of the BLT should take ownership. If you've got Dr. Hubbard willingness to really, step out on this with a bit of a hammer. I mean, it sounds like you guys have some options. Can we go ahead and see if there's consensus on the TA, because that is a contractual change, so that Rachel can sort of log it as TA and make sure it gets signed at some point soon. And then you all continue to think about, discuss. I mean,
we could have a working lunch and continue to, like, as we're eating our salads or whatever, maybe continue to brainstorm. Because I think that's, I feel like that's the piece we're missing, right? So we sit here, we talk about it, we take that language out of the P&A. We know we're going to address it with principals. But how do we make sure that it's effective when we know that a problem we've identified is that our SPED teachers can be hesitant to come forward and say, and I could see especially where we've like, okay, we've solved it, and maybe now they're not wanting to like.
Yeah, I think there needs to be some sort of mechanism for monitoring if removing the paragraph is if may or may not even address like the root of the issue.
I think, if we're talking about a TA, it's also it's in there that this will also be addressed in the administrator handbook type thing, just including that in that. Just the simple acknowledging the fact that, emergencies happen, but principals do need to do what they can to ensure that a teacher is able to recapture that lost time.
Michelle, what is that guidebook? What document are you referring to?
It's new.
Okay.
We're starting it was in place for many years, and then it's been gone for I think 5 or 6, but we're bringing it back, and I think it's called, let me get you the real name. I don't think it's Administrator Guidelines. I'm gonna have to look it up though, so give me just a minute.
Okay. What's your thought on that about addressing plan time specifically for SPEDs?
I would like to make it more broad than that and address that we have a P&A, we have an obligation to meet the P&A. I mean, that includes all parts, duty-free lunch, plan time, all of the things that are in there, teacher workday. So I would rather do it from putting it in its administrative operating procedure.
Folks, you all are going to lunch in a few minutes. I think earlier, Rachel or someone suggested it could be lunch conversations you have. Try not to, remember in our training, we said, on your downtime, don't go sit with the other driver in the room. Don't go sit with the other amiable in the room. And don't go just sit with a teacher or just an admin, right? So try to mix it up on your lunches as best you can. I don't know what plans you have on that end. But I would also say, it maybe it's someplace in the middle. Clearly, Dr. Hubbard has a passion here. It's on this particular, clearly a couple folks here, at the table from the teacher's perspective. Maybe it's just 2 people that put their heads in it beyond here and then come back and check in with y'all. Not instead of sort of a full-fledged committee. And maybe not. I'm just saying that you have some passionate people. It sounds to me like everyone's on the same page on doing right around the issue. And like Rachel's saying, maybe don't over fix the issue. But that's for y'all to talk about, and I think you'll come up with something.
When we're eating lunch, we wouldn't have our masks on, so would we need to be outside?
It is, if there's a shady spot that I can sit, I'm happy to eat
You guys
wherever.
got that, you got that nice patio, don't you?
We
Do I
can eat in the
remember?
back at the picnic tables. It should be shaded.
Picnic
Okay.
tables?
Guys, before you go to lunch, and while Rachel's looking up that document that Dr. Hubbard talked about, I want to say, remind me, the one you're talking about now, the SPED, is that NEA number 5?
NEA number 4.
No,
Any-
number-
It's
No,
4, okay.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. NEA number 2 is the
You
special
guys have
ed.
to call me. I talk like I know what I'm saying. And let me
Okay.
correct that then. NEA
Then
2.
I wanted to, go ahead, Rachel.
It is, I just want to make sure before I do it, I know it'll track the change, but is everyone comfortable with me deleting that language from the P&A that was flagged by the group that worked on it?
This is a thumb vote.
Oh yeah, should we do the thumb vote? Is everyone
I would
comfortable?
say that if something comes up that someone here wants to attach something to a TA, other than just removing language, which I love the pure removing language, but I also hear Jay say something like, if we're gonna remove it, we should also blank. That's what I think your lunch discussion is.
Okay.
Right, so before we do thumbs up, let's make sure we've had the full discussion. And if you think of something on lunch, I don't want to come back and change thumbs up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I know I love you're a driver and you're process oriented, so let's do thumbs up after lunch on that removal. And maybe that'll just be all you're gonna TA. And the rest will be sort of an informal plan. Is that okay?
Yes.
And then when we do come back, we can finish the special ed conversation. And then the last 2 things, we got to have the report from Michael and Linda and any COVID follow-up. And then, of course, what's your communication plan and agenda for next week? We actually look like we're going to get it done before 3 o'clock. That's fine. Or we can try to look and take on another issue that wasn't on our agenda. So
Okay.
Sounds good.
I will see you guys at 12:30
All right.
and have a great lunch. Does that sound okay, guys?
I mean, we can understand you. We might just have
It'll
to.
work.
Okay. Well, if it gets worse, let me know.
Okay.
But, just to pick back up after lunch, I think we were just gonna pick back up with, do we have a TA on the SPED plan time issue? And, or if not plan. You guys, just about it, kind of chew on it a little bit.
So I had asked a question, and I apologize, not everyone was in the room, about like our vision for the contents of a TA, and whether it's like, are we gonna be just putting P&A changes in there, or are we comfortable with putting some broad, non-P&A solutions? I'm comfortable with that. I don't think we wanna do something that looks like we have tons of separate, like, agreements outside of the P&A, but to the extent we've come up with a solution and we want to memorialize the broad step in there, I think that's good, even as just a practical reminder, because we have a lot that we're working on, and I'd like to be able to go back and like, okay, this is what we said we were going to do on either side. So I've drafted up, there's no rhyme or reason. This is just what I think we can do bullets as to what our agreement on the issue is, and then date it and do a signature for each person. So looking at that, does anybody have anything?
I thought maybe I just had a brief little thought of right under where it says Dr. Hubbard will address the principals. I was just thinking a bullet would be that any issues brought to NEA about this will be forwarded to Dr. Hubbard.
I think we should use leadership and learning.
Okay.
When we can.
Yeah.
Versus, I don't mind being accountable for it, but I guess if it's just for this agreement, it won't matter.
If any?
Like,
And would it just
for
be
this issue.
forwarded with leadership and learning, or would it be kind of like discussed collaboratively with, I don't know, Linda, because that's how you guys have done things before? Or, you know what I mean, like when there's issues, you guys sometimes work it out together?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter to me. I think in this
happens, yeah.
particular issue, it's probably both, actually, maybe.
I'm just writing here, so feel free to, I'm
It's not
hammering.
always me, though. Sometimes it's Linda and Dr. Fulton, and then
Right.
it tends to come to me. I think that.
So I wrote, if any issues with regard to sped plan time occur during the school year, NEASM will communicate the issue to leadership and learning. Or maybe we should, I mean, it's kind of broad,
It could
but
be issues to SMSD leadership.
yeah, I like
Yeah,
that.
that's probably, I like that too.
I like that. That's what I was kind of asking about earlier, because I think what you guys expressed is that the concern might not be taken to the building leader for obvious reasons, but clearly it's getting to you. And what we heard was Dr. Schumacher and Dr. Hubbard say, well, it's not getting to us. So if that's a way of communication, then, and I don't think the specific teacher would have to be identified.
Well, it also depends on the school.
Right.
Certain school's gonna do it, it's gonna be pretty obvious.
So if everyone's comfortable with this, this is what I would, I don't know where I learned this, but if you guys are comfortable with this, whoever wants to sign on behalf of, that's how I do my electronic signature.
What, the thought I had was, if you do file download, you can do it as a PDF, and then it's a PDF, you know?
Oh, okay.
And it's a lot easier.
Okay, so I have an idea. How about we, at the end of every day, do those?
Uh-huh.
We'll download them as PDFs, and Jill and I can sign whatever
And-
TAs we've done that day.
Okay, and then, because I have on my tablet also, I have the Adobe Sign, and you can literally just sign and hit save, and it's
Perfect.
just right there.
Okay, so we'll do that at the same time we're doing our joint statement.
Do you want to go ahead and, I know we did an IDB 5 steps here, but let's do make sure everyone has consensus and is clear on what it is being TA'd. Rachel, are people looking at it in the Google Drive, or did you just read everyone, did anybody have?
She's asking if we're all looking at it at the same time on the Google Drive.
Correct, yes.
And did it include removing that paragraph?
Yes.
Okay, so do you want to go ahead and just take consensus, and as a reminder, whoever can hear me, let people know. You're in agreement with TA. Thumbs up means you really feel. Sideways is, you don't love it, which you have supported, and then thumbs down means you just don't think the issue's resolved. So you want to do consensus with thumbs?
So if everyone's looking at that NEASM-2 sped plan time TA, I think that the question is, does everyone want to give their input on whether they're feeling thumb up, middle, or down on that?
Do we need to wait for Dr. Hubbard to get back?
Oh, I didn't realize she was going, yeah.
She ran out to say something to Joe real quick.
Yeah.
I wonder if your sound would get better if you closed out of Ring Central and opened back up. I don't know,
It's very hard to understand.
I'm wondering if you like closed your thing all the way down and then reopened it.
The
And I
sound
think
features
if
the
I
only
close
thing
down
that's
and lose you all, just readmit, I guess. I don't know that I'll lose you all. Let me try that.
Okay. Michelle, you're supposed to do our thumbs up, middle, or down on the TA that we have for sped plan time. And I think while you're out, we added language that says, if any issues with regard to sped plan time occur during the school year, NEASM will communicate the issue to SMSD leadership.
I would say plan time in general.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it should be,
Because it could be a specials teacher
Yeah.
that, for whatever reason.
Yeah.
okay. Okay, if everyone wants to give their thumb as to their thought on this TA. Okay, I think we're good, and we'll get a signature on it at the end of today.
I hope this fixes the problem.
It's really hard to understand her.
I feel like I'm back in my physical
Did we
science
all
lab.
have to go out? Now we're going back in?
Yeah.
She ended her and restarted
So you have to
it
find a
it
link
kicked
in
us
the.
off.
I am back on
Oh, thank
You
with,
sound better.
okay, I don't have the video going.
Maybe
Let me
leave
see
the
if I
video
start
off.
my audio. Right, and if I start it and I sound bad, I'll leave it off. Okay, now my video's going. How's my sound?
Perfect.
Okay, then that was it. Good suggestion, whoever made that.
Somebody needs to mute.
I'm not on.
We have to rejoin because she closed it.
Yeah, sorry. I'm readmitting as quick as I see.
It's all good.
Mute.
Three check marks there.
I feel better than I did last time.
I do too, I like those
disconnected my
check
audio.
marks.
I'm on my iPad. The laptop says no.
The mask is like getting stretched out and it's not staying on my nose. I guess I keep pulling it. What'd you say about my face?
He said something nice.
Oh, okay. Yes, that's what's happened during
He
quarantine.
said
I've
your nose
lost
is
weight.
getting
Yes.
bigger. No, I'm just kidding.
Clearly. I haven't been to the gym in 3 months.
What's the gym?
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
I don't see Dr. Hubbard.
She's here.
I'm here, oh, I haven't logged on.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
That would be my fault.
Thanks for restarting, Stephanie.
Sure. So what I was saying, I think, Dr. Hubbard, you were out and we just hopped off and back on for sound, that we should go ahead and get in the habit of just making sure we are seeking consensus before, finalizing a TA. So as a reminder, up is you feel really good about it, you love it. Sideways is you think it does the job, you support it. If your thumbs down, we'll have to keep working on it, which sometimes will be okay. So folks want to just do thumbs up, side or down?
We did.
We were all thumbs up.
You guys are one step ahead of me and that's good.
Stephanie,
Okay.
can you let me in?
Yes. So you got a TA there. Is that your first actual content TA, I think?
Yes.
Well, if you were not social distancing, I would say pat each other on the back. Good job. The rest that's on the agenda, and I don't know how much time Michael and Linda would need. Let's check in with them. And then, if there is any COVID follow-up to be done this time, if not, I think you guys are just gonna keep your eye on it. Anything necessary, I think Dr. Hubbard was gonna bring forward. There is no other IBB piece on your agenda. If you look on your wall, and I'm looking at my list, while Michael and Linda tell us how long they would like to do their report, you can see if there's another IBB piece you'd like to bite off today. We've still got 2.5 hours. Yeah. Michael, any sense on how much time y'all need?
Yeah, Linda and I talked, we probably need 5 or 10 minutes maybe, just to go through the general outline, and then we thought we could just stand for questions at that point and field those.
Stephanie, could you let Russ in, please?
Yes, thank you for the reminder. Okay, so it's at your pleasure, you guys. If you look at your wall and you just feel like you need a break from IBB, we can go with Michael and Linda and then maybe come back and select another IBB issue statement.
Where are we on COVID? What's the, that was marked as a discussion point. Do we feel like, I just don't know, what the wrap up might be on that, I guess.
I think we would like to bring forward, well, not bring forward, but discuss issues that might arise because of COVID-19 and things that might happen that we would need to make sure our negotiated agreement is followed, or, I don't know, even, I don't know, we would have like additional language, but just certain circumstances that might happen because of COVID-19, that just to discuss, like you said, to discuss, to make sure we're on the same page, put people's worries at ease.
I think our goal was to kind of talk about all of the plans, or, talk about the plans, and that way we're not cleaning up the mess after decisions are made. We're making sure that the P&A is being taken into account from the beginning.
So just in case I as facilitator wasn't clear and I'm looking back on my notes, NEA issue statement number 10 was specific to COVID. How do we plan for COVID related collaboratively? And when we initially sort of were just making our list of issue statements and understanding them, it just turned into that impromptu presentation from Michelle. And so I guess what's out there is a formal issue statement, and then also Michelle having, information that she brought forward. So we can sort of time, I don't know if you guys covered timeline on how quickly Michelle thinks that committee is going to move, when a next update would be, and then you guys would identify things that may need to be addressed more directly by you all, or what are your thoughts on how Michelle's work works with the NEA number 10?
I mean, would it help to because I think Michelle gave a pretty in-depth overview of where we are. Would it help to identify specific concerns?
Let me give you a little bit more of an update because it literally changes as we go. So the feedback loop went out last week since we've met. We received a lot of feedback. And we received feedback, everything from how in the world am I going to teach in a mask all day to I'm not comfortable coming to work to this would be very difficult for me to teach all day and homeschool my own kids to we have an obligation to teach all day. It was all over the board, and it was large. People did an amazing job at reading the plan and giving what I thought was very legitimate feedback, both fear-based, both I have an obligation to kids-based. All of those things came into play. So the feedback was amazing. Teams did a great job with that. So Thursday morning, the teams met, the original design teams met, and started looking at all of that feedback. And I think the original plan was they were going to look at the feedback, adjust the plan, and go from there accordingly. They're still really combing through all of that feedback. This morning, while we were in here, there were like 6 teams meeting, and they're still looking at the feedback and adjusting the plans accordingly. There was feedback that the teams, when I talked to them on Thursday, didn't feel like they should adjust the plan for. I mean, even if 30 people said it, it just wasn't something that could be done, or wasn't going to meet the state's guidelines, because the state haven't come out with the guidelines, but we do have people on those committees, so we're kind of getting the backdoor information, if you will, coming out of the State Department. So we're trying to keep up with that as much as we can. But they're supposed to have revised plans to me, hopefully today or tomorrow, Wednesday at the latest, with an addendum. So they're going to make the adjustments to the plan that they think can be made, should be made, that they forgot, whatever. And then in addition, they're going to have an addendum for other departments. So HR, here's the addendum and all the questions that came up that we don't necessarily know the answer to, or that we need more problem solving on. And then HR team's going to go to work on that. Food service. If kids are going to have to eat lunch in the cafeteria or in their classrooms, then what's that look like? How do we supervise that? How do we ensure the PNA is da-da-da-da-da? So those addendum teams are going to work next week. And so I really think, well, I mean, that's the update. And thinking about what we just talked about in here, and we can start talking about those things, but I think that team is ahead of us in already creating those things. Teams, I guess I should say, because there's numerous ones of them. So maybe if we waited till next week to tackle that, we might have more information. Otherwise, I think we're going to talk while they're working at a different speed than us anyway. But open to discussion.
Is there a plan to survey the staff
All
members?
staff, yes. I believe it's July 9th. It's scheduled to go to all staff via a thought exchange.
Okay.
And all parents via a thought exchange. And we're kind of working with thought exchange right now on what does that look like. But yes, it will go to all staff to be able to provide feedback.
Are any of the teams talking about policies or procedures when maybe a student comes down with COVID or a teacher comes down with COVID and they need to be quarantined, and what that looks like?
All of that is in there, and I think that was one that we were told up front. every building has to have an isolation room so that if someone shows up with symptoms, some little kid comes to the nurse, let's say, or staff member, doesn't matter, and says, they're running a fever, they have, clearly respiratory issues. So they would go to this isolation room until we could get them removed. And then what's the plan look like to clean behind them and to ensure that room has been, but yes, every building's going to have to
What
have.
about, your number of sick days and how many days you're going to have to be off work if you were a teacher in the district and that kind of issue? Or if you and your husband work in the district and then you want to isolate from, but you can't really isolate from your family. So then would
You
both
can.
teachers have to, well, I guess yeah.
It all depends.
Just
my
kind of things
knowledge-
like that.
To my knowledge, we haven't talked about days,
Okay.
but that could show up on the HR addendum. It
Okay.
wouldn't surprise me to see that show up on an HR addendum.
Okay.
I think that's feedback we've heard from a lot of different people. It's just the concern of isolating, or actually testing positive and then needing to quarantine for 14 days.
Yeah, if I've been exposed and I have to self-quarantine, am I going to have to use my own personal sick days for that is one of the bigger questions. And I think, that's just us letting you know that. And like for me, I know we're not going to get an answer on that right now.
Yeah.
And that's something that I can tell you that HR and I are working really closely on because of the legal protections that were passed by the federal government in terms of emergency paid sick leave and the expanded FML. And so I will work very closely with them to make sure that all of our employees are aware of those protections. There's already notices that have gone up on the website, so they know that that's something they can ask for. We have already developed internal forms to apply for those types of leave that try to do a good job of explaining the circumstances under which they're available. So that's, yeah.
I would love to know where I can find that on the website. That'd be great. If you could.
There's also, I'm going to speak out of turn maybe here just a little bit because I haven't been following them today, but I don't know when, but there is an intent, I think pretty quickly, to survey both staff and families. And the staff would say something like this, we as I explained last week, we've identified 3 different approaches, 80% or more, about 50, or less than 20%. So based on this, parents, what would you feel most comfortable with? And so that we would know where parents are in regards to sending their kids back to school or not. And then same with staff. I mean, we have, I think, Michael, you might know this better than I, but I think I'm quoting Doug at 18% of our staff that fall, is that right,
High-risk
David?
category.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the high-risk category.
Yeah, I'd probably agree
Strictly
with
on
that.
age.
Yeah.
And that doesn't include the health conditions that we may or may not be aware of. Or, a compromised family member that I don't want to be taking it back and forth to every day. So, or the risk, I guess. But that survey should be coming out, again, I don't know where they landed today, but between now and, July 15th for sure.
It's under Information Central.
Yes. And we'll continue to update that.
Thank you.
There's going to be lots of one-off questions is the real challenge, unique situations that will arise. But
I think it would be-
I'm here and can provide immediate guidance on the legal stuff to HR, so they get questions answered pretty quickly, which will allow us then to get accurate information to our staff really quickly. So we know we're going to get lots of questions.
Yeah, I think
And-
it'd be helpful to let the staff know also that that stuff did get put on the website, because I'm gonna say a lot of us don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's fair for all of us to assume we don't have all the answers.
Oh, yeah.
Because we don't.
No, I think this is one of those ones that we just kind of have to,
Continue to visit through.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a pin marked that
Okay.
we're gonna have a little talk about every session, or, when we meet next week, we don't necessarily talk about it every day unless there's been a
Sure.
development, but
So we'll keep, as necessary, adding time to our agenda for COVID discussions. Okay. Okay.
Okay, folks, shall we kick it to Michael and Linda and then see where we are, or how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds great. Will you guys be able to
Do you guys need a
present?
break, bathroom break, or are you guys ready?
You want to present from back there, or you
Sure, y'all can hear me?
want me to kick?
You want to start,
Yeah,
you want to start with elementary and then I'll,
yeah, I'll give an overview and then kick it to you, if that's okay.
Linda, you might want to come to a microphone.
Or at least come sit with us or something. There we
You got the
go.
wireless.
Are you guys going to share your screen at all?
I
or-
can.
Okay.
I'm just thinking from the YouTube perspective, they probably won't be able to hear.
Yeah, I can't hear Linda real well,
Use
so I'm
that mic,
assuming the
it'll work.
observers can't.
The
I'll
microphone will
let you know
work.
when I hear.
can you hear if I talk through this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
can YouTube hear then? I
I'm
think.
trying to
I think
share my
Mike's-
screen.
Stephanie, do you allow people to share their screen on your Ring Central?
Sure. I think, get a message when someone tries.
He's working on it.
Okay.
It's in the Google Drive, if that's good enough for everyone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's in our shared Google
It's in the
Drive.
shared Google Drive, yeah,
Okay.
Under the records.
yeah.
Then never mind. He doesn't.
Okay, is that okay?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, so it's titled Final Report Strategy 322, version 2. And so the way that Linda and I are going to tackle this is I'm going to give you a brief overview of the work that we did as a whole group, and then Linda's going to tackle the secondary piece because her and Dr. Dane were instrumental in developing those ideas, and then I'm going to touch base about the elementary, and then kind of give you a brief overview of what the superintendent recommended last Monday and kind of what the plans are for moving forward. So if you're looking at the report, one of the things that we first started talking about as a big group was what our action plan talked about. And so our view of it was really broad. There was a lot of information here. And so I'm on page 4, and it says strategy. We will create the climate to cultivate quality educators so they flourish in pursuit of our mission. Awesome. We all got that. Maintain a working environment that promotes the social and emotional health of all staff. Perfect. Once we got down to the action step, this is where we kind of had some deeper discussion on what actually was our commitment. So here it talks about the feasibility of increasing teacher plan time and collaboration time. Talks about a specific strategy of taking secondary teachers from teaching 6 down to teaching 5. But then along the bulleted points, it talks about PLC time for elementary, middle, and high, and then having consistent practices applied across all of those levels. So we felt like we had a really big task to address. So some of the first things that we did, we brainstormed some ideas on how we could meet the needs of that entire action plan. So if you I'm going to scroll back up to page 2. And the way that this table should read, I don't know if it reads this way, but the way that this table should read, the very top are the 4 big guidelines, or the 4 big ideas that we came up with initially. And so we broke into 4 subcommittees around each of those ideas. Increasing collaboration time and plan for all levels. Specifically, the secondary piece, which was going from teaching 6 to 5. Third was an elementary having 2 plan periods, one in which they could use for, intervention, PLC, so on and so forth. And then the 4th idea was the consistent PLC time across all levels. So after we did that initial work, a lot of research, a lot of discussion, where we landed as a group, as a big group, was that we were going to focus in on the 2 middle ones. Okay, so we felt like these 2 big ones, the secondary one and the elementary one, could roll in everything else. So everything else could fall out of that. We also felt like our task of an action team was to develop options for the Board of Education, the steering committee to consider in solving the idea of, dealing with the social and emotional health of our staff and cultivating a positive culture. So the big work and the work that Linda maybe took 4 months, something like that, was in these two areas. And as I mentioned, Linda and Dr. Dane took care of secondary. So Linda, you want to talk about that?
Sure, and secondary starts on page, kind of the bottom of page 7, and then goes on to page 8. Just real briefly, we began by looking at districts in the Johnson County area and a little bit beyond to see what types of schedules school districts had. And basically, everyone had one of two schedules. They either were on a full-on block, where teachers had a guaranteed block plan period every day, or they were on a modified block, and teachers taught only 5 of 7 hours out of the day. The other 2 hours would either be collaboration time or would be supervision, and that kind of depended on the needs of the building or just basically how the district handled that as a whole. So as we got started into this, we figured our 3-2 block configuration lent us more towards what Blue Valley and Olathe do, which is a 3-2 model, teachers teaching 5. We looked at how there are accommodations in the P&As of those 2 districts which allow for teaching a 6th section. That would, according to their P&As, teachers have to volunteer to do that, and they're compensated for that. So then that led us a discussion to, if we were to bring this to Shawnee Mission, what would we need to consider? And a big part that came to that would be just staffing, how it's challenging in different ways. One is obviously the financial piece to that. The second piece is, being in somewhat of a teacher shortage statewide and in the metropolitan area. Even if we wanted to do that immediately, the reality of being able to go out and hire multiple secondary math teachers, calculus, algebra 2, your physics teachers, maybe Spanish is a hard to fill position right now, that would be challenging. So then we had conversations about, what would that look like? How would we determine the priority for hiring? And that, we decided, really needed to become a building level decision. Some buildings talked about the fact that a high concern was helping our freshmen be more successful. So maybe you look at not only freshman core classes, but freshman electives to begin with. But keeping in mind, other classes might consider just starting with core math and reading. But there's a caveat in there that we have to think about hard to fill positions all the time. So we didn't want to handcuff HR if they came across, for example, 2 outstanding chemistry teachers in a year and we were only thinking to hire 1. You have to keep in mind those hard to fill positions, and it might mean you have to go for that quality candidate in a particular time. So I think a lot of that work is work that's going to continue on in the next steps. We had some conversation too about individual schedules in the interim, because something to consider is the possibility of going to block if a building decided to do that, or if the district wanted to look at that, because that reduces the total number of students that teachers and students, number of people, not only teachers, but students interact with on a daily basis. And so that might give you some relief until that financial ability to get everyone from 6 to 5 becomes a reality. Do you think I covered everything?
Yeah, I think you did. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, that's secondary.
Yep. And elementary was led up by Dr. Jenny Wooliver and Dr. Sig and so many other folks. If you go down to page 22 of the report, the focus of their group was to find some guarded what they called, they kind of wrapped it all together, PLC time and collaboration time, in which it was kind of sacred, similar to what high schools are provided during that late start time. And so they looked at a lot of different models. They looked at different ways that other districts were solving this issue. And the two ideas that they centered around were either a late start or an early release. They investigated both and looked at the pluses and the minuses behind each of those ideas. Their determination was that the early release would be a bigger burden on families compared to a late start at the elementary level. So the bulk of their work then centered around the best ways to solve or to do a late start at the elementary level. So if you go down to page, this is page 26, option 1, late start with students in the building, and then their other idea is a late start with students not in the building. So they gave pros and cons around both of these ideas. If they were to make a recommendation, theirs would be to do a late start with students in the building. So similar again to what the high schools do with the late start right now. If a student were to take a bus, they would still take a bus at the same time. They would show up at school. If parents needed to drop off at the same time, they would drop off at the same time. But as a building, as an organization, we would find a way to supervise those students and to interact with those kids, provide interventions perhaps, things like that, while staff could have this collaboration time, again, similar to what high schools do. One of their suggestions was that that beginning time of the day, that block at the beginning day, would be considered plan time. And so this is the big change. They felt like there was real value in actually putting the PLC time during the course of the day so that everyone could come together, and itinerant staff, counselors, and do it periodically throughout the day rather than everyone trying to do it at the beginning of the day. So to make that beginning time your plan time, and then you would PLC time where it would typically be your plan time. They recognized that that would probably be a change to the P&A. They also recognized that there would be an opportunity, should through negotiations, if we wanted to get the elementaries on a similar hour, time span in which they met throughout the day work schedule. So right now, it's 8 hours for secondary, and it's 7 hours and 40 minutes for elementary, and so that additional 20 minutes would also aid in that collaboration time also. And I think that is basically it for elementary.
Did that group look at all, for the elementary day of 7 hours, 40 minutes being shorter than the secondary? Do they look at other school districts if they have what their day looks like at the elementary and secondary?
Yeah, I can't speak to all of the research that they did, but pretty much across the metro, it's a similar requirement. Secondary and elementary would have a similar
They have a
requirement.
uniform.
I think we're unique in
Okay.
that our elementaries have a different workday.
I think in Olathe, their middle schools go longer. But I think that might have been something they were addressing through negotiations. Their professional counsel's looking at that. It's not an immediate change because, it involves bus contracts and everything else. But I think their middle schools go like 20 minutes longer.
Interesting, okay.
So to wrap up our report, and then of course Linda and I will take questions. As I think everyone knows, we had a board meeting last week. Superintendent gave a report on the strategic plan, and our action committee was part of that. And, there was a recommendation made to the board to allocate additional funds for the 21-22 school year of about $2.3 million. That would pay for approximately 30 and a half additional FTE at the secondary level that could be used towards moving teaching staff from teaching 6 to teaching 5. And then the following year, 22-23, an additional $2.2 million that would pay for 26.5 FTE. So, upon Board of Education approval, our thought is that we would reconvene this strategic plan committee, the 322 committee, and I actually communicated with them last Wednesday, I think, kind of giving them an update of where we're at, and with the idea that hopefully we would be coming back together as a group and discussing the best way to go about, implementing this. Okay, we've got this amount of money, we've got this additional FTE. What kind of guidance do we provide as a group, since we've done all this research, in how to best accomplish this as a district?
And when you say the best way, what specifically is that, what teachers and specific certifications we're going to target hiring first?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Linda and her group already started those ideas, but now I think potentially we have a pretty solid number and a timeline. So what's going to be our plan? What's it going to look like? How are we going to direct buildings, so on?
With not necessarily a cookie cutter approach, but get definitely input from particular buildings
Right.
based on what they see their needs are.
Okay.
The idea was, rather than me, for example, or me and whomever saying this is how we're going to take this 30.5 FTE and put it across our schools to bring in this group. And they know, they've done the research.
Was it identified in that at all for teachers to compensate them that don't get reduced?
You mean in that 2.3 and 2.2?
Yeah, because I can see, as given what I teach, CTE wise, we almost always we teach 6, and it was that way before. We did this crunch, and so
Dr. Sumner did address that at the board meeting last Monday, or 2 Mondays ago, well, last Monday, however long ago that was, that I think that maybe begins beyond the implementation. It's going to take a while to get everybody till 6. And then also there are some areas that are going to, for this, to give kids opportunity to have the greatest access to electives. There may be some classes or teachers that want to grow their program that might choose to do that, but ultimately I think that we would look at compensating. You don't want it to become a core versus electives, or 9th grade versus sophomore level, or 7th versus 8th grade when it comes to middle school.
I have a question just on dates. Did you say it was 2.3 million for 30.5 new staff in the
21, 22.
21, 22? Got it. And then the next one would be 22, 23. Okay.
Yep.
And then Dr. Fulton's presentation, if there is a favorable bond review, that, you help me, Russ, not all that money or some of that money would be coming out of capital outlay.
For the 2.3 and the 2.2.
Right.
We would do expenditure moves to capital. It would come out of operating, but we would free up operating by moving to capital.
To move in that there.
And we need to get the favorable bond passed to take the pressure off the capital outlay to do that.
So the question, probably we need clarification here, is that 4.5.6, that, how much more additional money is needed to move as many as we're going to eventually from 6 to 5? Is there some that are going to have to come out of operating, or are we thinking that capital outlay move will help that?
Those two moves you just spoke would take care of the high school, middle school.
Okay.
And then Dr. Fulton mentioned another 1.3 million, and that was for special education caseload.
Special ed.
That
What
would
did
have
you
to come
say?
out of
Can
operating.
you talk into your mic, Russ?
We're having a conversation.
Well, we'd like to join you. The 1.3 would be for what?
1.3 was coming out of operating funds
Right.
for the special education caseloads.
Caseload, thank you, okay. 1.3 for spec caseload, okay.
Are there other questions for Michael or for Linda?
Thank you for your work.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Cheryl.
All right, awesome. Thank you very much. Now, I know there's not a particular issue statement around that. We just said that we were going to keep our eyes on it as you head into economics. And I think
We do, yeah, there is a issue statement on it.
Oh, what number is it?
NEA number 11.
Is it an economic statement?
I thought we discussed putting it in both other and economic, or do we
Oh,
just?
you know what? I just have, yeah, you know what I see? I just have it as strategic plan and then committee report. So,
Oh, yeah, because we have it, when we have it up on our chart up at the front of our room, NEA 11.
you have it in the economic column.
Kind of has it in both.
What, can you read your strategic statement just so or your issue statement, just so we kind of keep our eye on how this is going to coordinate as things go forward?
Sure. How do
Because I'm
we,
sorry.
how,
Go ahead.
how do we reduce the workload for all certified staff?
And did we say basically that this strategic plan is going to address that? But you needed to wait to see sort of what's the final plan and how's it going and how it rolls in this year. So we'll just kind of keep that alive as we continue the process. Is that what we said about that?
Yeah, I think it's very similar as the COVID. It's just,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the only difference, maybe, I was hearing that you guys were talking about at elementary having a late start to, so then you could have a planned time and some PLC time in the same day every day, which would help reduce the workload. I think we, on our particular issue statement, talked about reducing the class size, but, I mean, they're similar issues because it would help your workload if you had plan and PLC.
Are we gonna have to do that for this contract year?
Do what?
Do we feel like we need to address that elementary schedule this contract year for the work of 322?
Well, the way I understand the work of these action committees is we made a report up to executive leadership team and then steering committee, so on and so forth. So I think it's outside of this group, at least right now, to
Okay.
determine next steps. It would be the steering committee, the Board of Education.
but
So
it's
on.
still, that, I
The
hear what
report's
you're
out there.
saying, but it also is, it's covered under one of the mandatories also. It would be my flip side, because it's an hours and amount of work thing. So it's kind of one of those weird,
Chicken and egg. I'm just worried about a chicken and egg. Like, do we need to
yeah.
does something need to be addressed now to be prepared for next school? Like, what is the time on?
We didn't set a timeline. We just gave a report.
Understood,
So,
understood, okay.
Personally, I don't think there's any way for us to get it going by next year, a late start for elementary.
Okay,
I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of work with community and parents and.
so it would be premature to try and make those adjustments now?
I mean, I suppose it's always an option to discuss implementing in a future year.
Yeah.
I mean,
Got it.
Is there, is there a presentation for the elementary side of this that is gonna come sometime in a future board meeting?
I'm sure there is, but I don't know the
It's not
answer
on
to
the
that.
docket right now.
Yeah.
But it is, it's still part of that consideration process of the strategic plan in the whole.
Absolutely.
In the P&A, there was a section about moving from 6 to 5, starting in 2020, 2021, depending on financials.
I think it was 21, 22, wasn't it?
We'll have to find it. Let's go to the first. What page would that be? It was the board's commitment. Anyone found the page?
I'm positive it was 21, 22.
Is that at the back of the agreement?
It was in the work schedule. I think it was in Article 12.
I can't do control find right now.
I thought for some reason it was close to the front.
It's on-
A2.
You think it's where?
I think it's A2. I had it up there.
12A2?
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, it does say 21, 22. I must have
Yeah.
misread.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't gonna have conflicting dates in there.
So we are on schedule for that, okay.
Yep. I think we brought this as an issue statement to discuss, the 322 and hear about the strategic plan and what the plan was and how it would be implemented and to ensure its implementation.
So guys, just a process check for me real quick, because I'm sort of using notes and you guys, I know, have a good flip chart. The only thing I have under economic is the District 4 and 5, and I have the NEA number 9, and then I had put number 11
Yeah.
under there, but I think you've got it for discussion also.
The district's number 5 is actually under other. It would be
Okay,
NEA's
so
9
that's hours
and
of-
district's
Yeah.
4.
Hours and
And we
amount of
don't
work,
have
okay.
a specific hours and amounts of work.
You were just keeping
It's
it
just-
open because
yeah.
it's an item to, okay, and then also let me tell you what else I've got left that I show to be non-economic unless your solution ends up having a price tag. I have SD number 3, grievance procedure. I have SD number 2, best practices is kind of what I'm calling it around negotiation procedures and collaboration, which we think we're going to kind of bump kind of towards the end when we could look in retrospect to this process. And then I have NEA number 7 and 8, staff meetings and BLT representation. Do you all have anything on your flip chart that I don't have on mine?
Which column did you have those in?
Oh,
Which
And of
column
course,
did you have
COVID is
those in?
standing out there. Yep.
SMSD 2, 3, and NEA 7 and 8, which column did you have those in?
Well, I have them just under the IBB column.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Again, like if you end up doing something pricey, you may have to push them into work around, work into your economics. But at this point, I just have them in IBB. So just, was there anything else for Michael or Linda before we move on to this? And Jill, Rachel, folks, everyone, are you feeling like, while the COVID, Rachel had mentioned, just kind of keep it semi-standing for a report as things develop, on the strategic plan, is that the same, or is it kind of, Michael can kind of tell us if there's something changing or something different, because that seems like it's more in its final stages. Is that right?
Would be my view.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to necessarily be a standing item, but we're not necessarily going to withdraw reducing teacher workload. It's just kind of sitting out there with,
I think it's going
Parallel.
to have to be taken into consideration as Russ gives his presentation,
okay.
that it'll
And
dovetail into that discussion.
okay. And when we end, I'd like to figure out when that is going to be.
If we're ready, are we ready to talk about agenda for next meeting?
Well, I don't know, but when we do, I guess I want to figure it out. I guess I'm just kind of making sure I've got everything in front of me to figure out
Yeah.
how we work for another hour and a half and what happens now versus going forward. So do you guys want to look at anything under the IBB column and try to IBB one more topic?
I mean,
I'd rather plug away, personally.
you'd rather what?
Keep going.
You'd rather keep going? That's kind of my mood too, is like, but I mean, I don't know if everyone's getting tired or what, but if we could pick one that we feel like is something that could fit in our time period, it might be nice to, put another check up there.
Or an asterisk.
And as I look at these, I'm wondering if, because skipping ahead, I feel like because we've got this nice 3 days in a row next week, it might be nice to start compensation the first day of next week.
That's what I was thinking.
And so,
Or at least get a presentation on
Yeah.
compensation in a way that you all can sort of just look at the money and have understandings before you move into the process of economics. I mean, I know that might not make sense before we do that, but just sort of we had talked about having the presentation on economics, so everyone's got all their questions answered, the information transparent. If there's a disagreement just on factual info, we can hash through that before we jump into the economic process in the second and third day of next week. Can you tell me, guys, on the staff meetings, I was feeling like you explored it a little bit, that
That's kind
felt
of what
like
I
it
was-
was kind of discussion, and I didn't know really if you guys wanted to really IBB and brainstorm it out or just hear more about it. And is there current language on that form related to the staff meetings? Is that one that feels like, I don't want to say a lighter lift, but I'm guessing the grievance procedure's probably not going to get done in an hour. We can get a good start on it. So I don't know. I would recommend maybe having some
are you
conversation
guys ready
about
to talk about staff meetings and have that discussion? I don't want to put you up for something that we didn't have on the agenda and that you
Right.
maybe feel like you want to,
My concern is, I think the staff meeting conversation is going to kind of meld into the PD conversation. And so I could see it growing to be something fairly
Okay.
big. But we could at least flesh it out and then,
We had put those ones together, right?
Okay.
SMSD 1, NEA 6, and NEA 7, I think we had kind of put those together.
okay.
so I mean,
And then I don't know if BLT representation is as full as an issue to bite off as the grievance procedure. I just don't know, So any one of them, as you can tell, we can get into and then sort of flag where we leave off, right? There are kind of natural spots to say, okay, we've framed and focused the issue. Let's identify interest next time. Or we can frame and focus, identify interest, and then brainstorm next time. So there are natural stopping points if we only get halfway through an issue. So I'd say choose one, guys.
I think we could start with 7 and maybe start working through the process. And I mean, if we have to table it till next time,
Yeah, I'm good with that.
is that okay with everybody?
Yeah.
Good.
Lindsay, shall you go ahead and read the issue statement for us again? And if folks want to follow along in Google Drive?
So I think our revised issue statement is, how can we define the purpose of staff meetings?
Define what is the staff, yeah.
That was our define the purpose of staff meetings. But I thought we morphed it even further to solve a problem. In other words, I said then otherwise it's just a definition. I'll look in my notes too. Folks, look in your notes. That may have been the final one, Lindsay, but I thought we said definition is pretty basic.
I don't know if that's the last.
That's what
I
I
think it was
have
something
too. I
about,
have the
like,
same thing
you-
she does.
I have,
You do?
how
Okay.
can we define the purpose of staff meetings? Actually, I have a second one. What are acceptable topics for scheduled staff meetings? I have both of those written. I'm not sure why.
I think they go together.
Right. But I thought you guys formatted it in a way that was just much more problem solving. And I thought it was like, useful topics. They're a good use of time or something. I don't know.
Maybe that's where your Michelle's second statement came from. Did you hear her second one?
I did.
Okay.
Michelle, will you read it again?
What are acceptable topics for a scheduled staff meeting or for scheduled staff meetings?
I mean, really, we can frame and focus it by identifying interest. It just doesn't feel like, I could have swore we got one step further on that issue statement to
I
to
feel like
frame it
we
a little-
all understand the gist of what is,
I I would like more information of why I mean, do you all have a feeling that they shouldn't be used for professional learning? I guess I would like to have more information.
Sure. I think that I don't know that we're necessarily against them being used for professional learning. It's when it's a new topic week after week that it might become, we're jumping from one topic to the next without fully understanding it or learning it or being able to implement it. And also whether or not that professional development lines up with, the needs of the building.
Or if things are, getting covered, like, are we meeting just to meet? Are we meeting that this could have been a reminder email, that kind of, I don't know. I mean, I hate to say it, sometimes it feels like sometimes we meet just because we're scheduled
Because we're allowed
meet.
to 4 times or, once every week.
Or like, here's an article to read. You need to read it during staff meeting time in the building, but then we're not doing anything with it. Or some examples I think that I've heard.
I mean, it's different in every building. In the high school, we typically have it once a month, staff meeting. But I know in some elementaries have them every week. And it could be, I think John might know, but a different topic of professional development each week.
Mostly, around the KISA goals, but like she said earlier, one thing to something else is what we've heard.
So maybe a clearer picture on how we're going to use our staff meetings so that they are as productive as possible, I guess, so we get as much out of them as we can.
And just like if there's an engagement night, that's a great opportunity to have everybody in the same room, hearing the same information, just so that everyone's on the same page.
I think that you guys are zoning in. This feels a little deja vu. I think you ended up saying, in other words, you've got to make your issue statement one that you can identify interest in. And I think the one you had, like, what is an appropriate topic? I guess we can identify interest, but I'm hearing you say, how do we make staff meetings more relevant and appropriately timed, or something like that, right? And then I think that doesn't mean that that's not happening somewhere. It could be, how do we make, all staff meetings, so I don't want to cancel out good things that's happening, but I think you've got to do that issue statements where instead of just brainstorm a list of appropriate topics, it's how do you make these, how do you make them more effective? It may be that broad. How do you make your staff meetings more applicable and effective or something like that? And then I think you can move into, okay, why do we have an interest? Why does it matter? Does it matter, and why? Versus that very narrow, what's an appropriate topic for staff meetings? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And then I can go ahead and start a Word doc on interest if folks want to go there. But does anybody have any more questions about how we're framing and focusing? And any more questions about how they currently work? Like ideally, how would they work? Any more questions before we start interest?
This is a guess on my part, but I'm guessing that because of late starts in PLCs, high school principals don't have the same needs or feel like they have the same needs that middle and elementary have because they have that dedicated PLC time. So they're probably being used very differently in the elementary and middle than they are at the high school. I think I heard that through some of I'm picking up on that, which may be true. So is this a K-12 conversation, or should we be chunking it?
I think I've heard, even at the secondary level, where they maybe wish sometimes the building was together to everybody hear the same information. Jill and Jay, I mean, correct me if I'm
Yeah,
totally off
we've
base.
had less staff meetings in my building. We still do, our principal still sends out a weekly video and like lots of information so that we know what's coming up and what's happening and questions get answered. And we do still have PD. We do like 10 PDs a year type thing, like on the Tuesdays. But some people are missing the monthly frequency of the whole staff together just to make sure, like, okay, graduation's coming up. Do you know what's going to happen on this day and where to be? Or a big testing day is coming up. Do you know all the information you need to know to make sure you're ready for that testing day? So yeah, it's kind of I guess it could be chunked because there could be different issues. But there's also different issues at different buildings, even within the high school level.
Yeah.
So,
Well, and I hear contradicting
That's-
statements a little bit
Are you
from you
hearing-
saying, we want to hear it, and then Jay saying, that's something you could have put in a memo.
well, yeah, no, I mean, it depends, like, if it's a really big change in the schedule, there could be people that think it's important to be able to ask questions while that information is being presented, so we can clear up any misconceptions. I guess, yeah, I mean, it is very different than what Jay said.
And that's something that, it just depends on kind of what it is too. The high school is unique in this aspect that a lot of times when we have a staff meeting, there's a staff meeting Tuesday after school, and then there's a coach's staff meeting Wednesday morning. There is not the same information. There's some generalized, the staff meeting after school is usually twice the amount of time in length. So when you have the next morning meeting, stuff gets let out. There's not the full discussions about stuff, There's sometimes when I think it's appropriate, if you want to keep all the staff on the same page, then, a bulleted email about this is what's coming up is different. If your goal is to have a discussion about something, well then, yeah, that's going to be in person and things like that.
So you're talking more procedural things, but, on the flip side of that, is it a PD opportunity every week? 45 minutes of professional development rather than,
Right, like here's our new schedule for
Yeah.
next week because of National Day of Testing. Yeah, that would be more procedural.
And I do think it's different. I mean, I can only speak from my experience, and that's at the high school level. A lot of times in my experience, we have a staff meeting, which is PD based around a certain area, and the rest of us are there kind of where, like maybe if there was a breakout of a different group of teachers to go work on something else, it's kind of the focus. Are we there just to kind of, because we're supposed to be there and we just try to participate even though we don't really have as a non-core teacher, my focus is different.
Are you hearing from both sides of the fence, so to speak, like teachers who are concerned about staff meetings being too procedural and things that could have been handled in an email, plus some staff members who are saying, listen, this is way too much, it's too much to try to accomplish in a staff meeting, things like that? I mean, because that's what I'm hearing, is that you're getting it from both.
Right, from both ends.
perspectives.
or just meet just because
I think that's,
Meet because you can, because you're allowed to meet every Tuesday?
And
Is
I'm
that what you
guessing
mean?
that might occur even amongst the staff, right? Like if you were to do a staff meeting at West, for example, depending on who you talk to, man, that was great, certainly something we needed. And then others are like, man, why in the world did we meet?
yeah. I mean, I will say that the squeaky wheel that I hear is more at the lower level. Once again, it felt like we were meeting because we had to. I mean, and I think it's really different at the high school. A lot of times our staff meetings we're breaking out into smaller groups and doing other things.
So just that they're not always a good use of a professional employee's time.
Yeah.
How do you, I mean,
I honestly, and this is one of those things I'm going to speak freely on, is that I think if the general staff didn't feel so overworked a lot of times, that maybe
Yeah.
their opinion going into it would be different. But when you're slammed over and over, and then you go into a staff meeting, which you don't feel as like a good use of your time, it's gonna come out differently.
yeah.
I think that's a good point. I mean, if you get to where you're teaching 5 rather than 6, you'd be
Yeah.
maybe a little more agreeable to,
Well, if I'm not coming in completely drained and a little grumpy, you're gonna
I have
have
the
a
same
different.
sentiment about the meetings that I have to go to. I completely understand that, Michelle and I. Yeah. Okay. I feel like
guess-
I have a good grasp on the issue.
So is this where we identify interests?
Yeah, I think we can move, I mean, I think
Okay.
we can move in interest, although I think a lot of them are encapsulated in the,
Okay, folks, I'm just going to go screen share and open up a Word doc to just start talking about, does it matter and why is your interest, remember? So let me
Yeah.
screen share.
I'll go first. Time is valuable.
And say more about that.
We want to make sure that, all of our work time is being used.
We're not meeting for the sake of meeting.
Yeah.
Are we
Because,
just talking NEA issue number 7, or
No.
are we tying in
everything, everybody's.
Shawnee mission number 1 as well?
I think right now we're just on 7.
I think we're just on staff meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just on staff meetings, but it could be anyone's interest, no matter where you stand on this. What interest would you have on making staff meetings more productive and applicable? I heard, so you don't meet for the sake of meeting, because meeting for the sake of meeting causes, right? I mean, go a little deeper on your interest.
Causes lack of participation in the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And resentment.
Yeah, and resentment.
What other interest? I'm sure that meetings are happening. I think in the folks that call the meetings, they probably do have info they would need to cover. So I think they'd have an interest there, but
Yes.
what else from all perspectives?
I mean, I would assume, or I would guess that
Interest.
principals need a certain amount
Yeah.
of flexibility to have discretion to decide how they're going to use that time.
Say that again, Rachel?
Principals need to exert a certain level of discretion in deciding the best use of that time and not be too caged on permissible topics, I guess.
Right, so they need, whether it be discretion or they need some,
Flexibility.
they have content to cover as well, right? So
Right.
principals need some discretion, i.e. they have content to cover. What else? Other interest?
And to add to that, the language currently speaks to their ability to gather the staff for an emergency use as well. And so to make those decisions also to gather the staff.
So right now, a staff meeting, can you guys help me here? Like, what would be the list of things that would be common? It's interesting to me that there's PD that crosses into that.
I don't think there is a
There's
list
not.
per se.
There's not a list.
Okay.
But I would say that PD is a common use of faculty meetings.
Okay.
Maybe not in every building, but
And I think that-
district-wide.
that would be an interest statement. I mean, in order to implement the school program, intervention, so on and so forth, administrators need that authority, for lack of a better word, to use that
I would
time.
even say it's bigger than administrators. If you look at our strategic plan right now, and especially at the elementary and middle level, there is no way they can implement state mandates, KESA requirements, just strategic plan initiatives if they're only using professional learning days. There's no way that can happen. I mean, you have to use faculty meetings to implement the things in our strategic plan, KESA, and state mandates.
Okay.
I don't want to miscapture this. Somebody earlier said PD is being used for staff meetings. And then I'm hearing you, Michelle, sort of chime on and saying also faculty meetings or faculty days. So tell me what the interest is on the one I'm typing first.
It's
PD
the
is,
same thing. Faculty meeting and a staff meeting is the same thing.
okay, but is PD used for both of those?
Their professional learning happens in staff meetings. And there are professional learning days. There are both. But not very many professional learning days throughout the school
So
year.
give me an interest statement, or just what is the interest regarding PD?
I guess
Why
to
we
use
need it?
that time to ensure that
I would say to ensure effective implementation of district strategies,
Programs,
state mandates,
initiatives, programs.
initiatives and programming. To ensure those things that happen with quality and fidelity, you would have to use staff meeting time, something like that.
Okay, I heard mandates, initiatives, and programs. And what was the first one you said? I didn't get typed.
District
Strategic
strategies.
plan, initiatives and programs.
Okay. So you're saying an interest is making sure that the district or administrators have the opportunity to cover these things in staff meetings?
And it's not just
Okay.
administrators. I mean, you have a lot of teacher leaders that are providing professional learning as well. I mean,
This is-
diversity and inclusion, those are all teacher leaders presenting.
So then I won't say who, I'll just staff meetings are used to do these things. So that is an interest.
And I think to expand that, this is all under the umbrella of student success, that if we need to do these things to ensure student success.
Mm-hmm. Okay, other interest?
I think a staff interest would be spending adequate amounts of time on a topic. So if it's a PD topic, not spending 45 minutes on it once and then jumping to the next thing.
Say that again.
Adjust your microphone too.
Or lean in.
Okay, so I think staff-wise, an interest would be spending an adequate amount of time if it is a PD topic, not spending 45 minutes on it once and then jumping to the next topic and not really delving into that anymore.
So I'm hearing that you want very long staff meetings.
No.
It just needs,
I
Well, you're
understand what you're
saying you
saying.
want richer meetings and the content that matters.
it just needs to be in a sequence that's,
Yeah.
you know,
We feel like we're
beneficial or
dropping it
together
up.
instead of here and then
We're
don't
just
see it again for 5
ping-ponging
more weeks.
between
something else.
topics.
And this is where I think the NEA 1 and the NEA 6, or wait, no,
The
sorry,
district-
Shawnee Mission's District number 1
Yeah.
statement and NEA's number 6 statement kind of come into play.
On adequate PD time.
Right.
Okay.
Or like
Well,
a, like a,
Adequate PD in general.
Delivery. Okay.
Quality.
Or just, some better communication of like, what's the goal of,
yeah, what are our goals this year? How's our PD going to help us get there? Have it
Okay.
planned out?
I don't want to say make the time match the goals, but tie it to relevant goals? I don't know. I guess we're kind of getting into solutions here, aren't we?
How would a typical, I know what my staff meetings here look like. Are there agendas for those meetings? Do you have advance notice of the topic? Is it building dependent?
I would say more building dependent.
Building dependent.
Based off of their individual building goals and needs.
Okay.
Most of the time, periodically, we will give them, at this staff meeting, you're going to talk about whatever for next.
school
yeah.
safety or?
Or, I think we do an enrollment one where we roll out the enrollment timeline or, things like, there are some that we identify. There aren't a lot, but occasionally we will.
Okay.
And like this next year, they're going to have to identify some to be able to meet the needs of Corwin,
Right.
especially if we do indeed take that day out of September. There are going to be some things we're going to have to say. In faculty meetings, you will have to cover these topics. if they're going to get covered, I guess.
So sometimes administrators, there's no flexibility, this is what they're covering.
Yeah, but that's pretty rare.
Okay,
But it happens on occasion.
okay.
Other interest in making sure that the staff meetings are successful or appropriate? Is there any, I know everything's under umbrella of student success. This is a question Rachel asked, I thought was a good one previously. Is there any sort of interest that we should bring forth for community or parents on this piece? Maybe not.
I don't know. As a community member, I'm not thinking of one, but thank you for raising it. It's like I put on my parent hat, I'm not really,
You don't
You're
care
like,
what
I
PD
have
the
nothing
teacher
to do
did.
with
no.
staff meetings.
No, I mean, I hope I don't hear my kid's teacher complain, like, I gotta go to a staff meeting, but that's about it.
Any other interest, guys? Because I think that I want to make sure you've really got your interests listed to make sure that as you think about solutions, they don't harm an interest, of course, and they address the interest. Is there current language you want to look at before you move into brainstorming solutions for this problem?
I think I would like to add the interest of, if the BLT is really working around the 20-day plans as they're written, those topics should be identified ahead of time anyway. For the buildings that are doing a great job using their BLT, creating a 20-day plan, publishing that information to staff, faculty meetings should be pretty clear about what's going to happen. So, maybe it's the breakdown with the 20-day plans and BLTs, but I think that might fix this problem.
Well, I think you just brainstormed a solution. BLT should be pretty clear with 20-day plans. Are you saying they could be sort of coordinating or coincide?
Well, their 20-day plans should be correlated to the goals and school initiatives around KISA and the district, so the building and the district goals. So those plans should be very clear. And they should have input from the BLT.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. I'm just thinking of like, the majority of the staff that I interact with probably wouldn't even, like we see the email come out about the 20-day plan, but it doesn't click because we haven't really been led through of what the purpose, I guess, of that. And maybe that would be something that should be better communicated or.
Well, and I think that all depends on probably the building, because, I've been in buildings where people can clearly communicate a 20-day plan and what that looks like. So those are probably individual building conversations would be my guess.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I need to be slow walked. So continuously throughout the school year, we have 20-day plans, like one 20-day plan is completed and another 20-day
That's
plan
correct.
that's completed. 20
And-
school days or 20 calendar days?
It's basically a month.
A month,
Yeah.
okay. Got it.
And they're based around the 3 objectives. The 20-day plans are written around the strategic plan's 3 objectives.
Got it.
I can show you a template.
And every building will have its own unique 20-day plan?
That's
Okay.
correct. And it is supposed to be developed by the BLT, and it is supposed to be emailed to all staff members.
Okay, so effective use of staff meeting time looks like delivery of information or professional learning or whatever that is tied into the present 20-day plan?
What I would say is if professional learning is happening on a one-off, like something new next week, something new the next week, it should be reflected in that building, in that 20-day plan. And if
Okay.
it's not, then there's clearly a disconnect. Does
Got
that
it.
make sense? And
Yes.
if there is, then a building leadership team should have said, this is why we're doing this.
Got it. Okay.
Were you sort of saying that then do staff meetings support the 20-day plan? Or were you saying could they, or do they, or should they?
They should.
They should.
They should in regards to professional learning. Now, there are going to be some, just housekeeping things that may or may not, like parents aren't lining up right for dismissal, we need to address this, how are we gonna handle that? Or kids are leaving lunch sooner than they should, how are we gonna, those types of things obviously wouldn't be in a 20-day plan, but anything around professional learning or a school initiative absolutely should be in a 20-day plan.
So staff meetings should be reflective of the BLT discussion in the 20-day plan.
Especially around professional learning, which is where I
Professional,
hear
right.
the concern is, or the largest concern.
Okay, other ideas? Thank you, Michelle, for just putting something out there. What else?
Can
Other
someone
ideas?
again explain to me the issue in consistency? I think you identified that, Jay, like, you said there's sometimes different messages to different groups, and I don't think I understand that problem.
Well, it might be more on my side of it, where we really don't have staff meetings at all at North. Over the last couple of years, we've been trying something different, the principals have, like where they send a Friday message that has a lot of detail in it. And if you don't read it all the way, you might not get all the information, or if you have a question about it, it might get answered for you, but then not answered, but then that answer might not get sent to the entire staff, because you might have just asked that question. You might not have replied all, you know what I'm saying, with your question. Instead of staff meetings, we're having, we have to do 10 Tuesdays of professional development. Professional development opportunities are offered to us on Tuesdays, and we need to do.
You pick from a menu?
Kind of. I mean, we find out about a week ahead of time. Sometimes we find out 2 weeks ahead of time what the Tuesday topic will be, and then we get to go to 10 of those throughout the year.
So you're
So
not
that's
getting-
where we might get.
You're not
that's-
getting any housekeeping during yours then?
Yeah, correct. We don't usually get a lot of housekeeping issues. Like if you have a question about, our hall pass is working for seminar, some kind of housekeeping issue. That goes through like the Friday memo.
Got it.
So maybe that's kind of what you meant with inconsistent messages, Jay?
Yeah, or my thing was just like some things, like if some teacher came in and talked about a certain thing on the Tuesday one, they may not have been available to come in on Tuesday or the next morning for the coaches meeting. And so sometimes that's what I'm talking about, is like if somebody were to come in and give like a presentation about what, say, United was doing, and then they weren't available the next day to come in and talk about it, then that same information isn't getting conveyed, is what I'm talking about.
Or just a condensed version. So
Yeah.
instead of spending 45 minutes in a meeting, the coaches' meetings maybe 20 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, right. Yeah. That's what he was talking about.
Correct.
So the flipped approach alleviates that issue, but we'd rather do it in person. Because, I mean, it sounds like at Jill's school, they're using a flipped approach. Like I do the staff meeting and send it out via video and or written notes. So at least everyone's getting the same thing versus in person. But I hear you saying you want more in person. And maybe you saying.
And you
want less.
you might get something different from different people at North. I'll just say that. I was missing the interaction of the entire building because we were like never all together.
And I don't want us to focus on
No.
us too, because I don't think we are the driving force at that level. I think most of the communication I hear is from primary and things like that, where they're meeting every week about different things.
Okay.
And so I think that's maybe a staff frustration, depending on what level you're at. You either never meet or you meet every week during the entire school year. That I think that's maybe a frustration for people.
And if things are
Because
supposed to
then-
be around the 20-day plan, is that documented somewhere about what steps they're going to be doing to meet those goals of that 20-day plan?
Say that last part again.
Is it documented somewhere that the steps are being shown that they're meeting the goals of their 20-day plan?
Yes. It should be, yes.
Okay. I don't actually know where we are in IBB,
either.
but we may be ready to talk about possible
And
solutions.
I agree, and I know, I'm going to speak. So I was an elementary principal and I was a high school principal. And I hear you all. I will tell you that I had elementary staff meetings a whole lot more frequently than I had high school staff meetings, just by sort of the nature of for different reasons. I mean,
Yeah.
at the high school level, we had 2 plans, and so we took care of it a lot, similar to PLCs. And I think with coaching, it makes it so very difficult at the high school level, because half of your staff walks out to coach kids, and so it makes it very difficult to have a whole staff meeting. So I don't know that they're ever going to look exactly the same unless we just mandate that, but I don't think I hear that's what you want.
No, I think we just want people to feel like they're going to the staff meeting and like getting something positive out of it, not leaving and feeling like, why did we just meet?
Do we think these are single building issues that we should be addressing rather than having a conversation about the whole?
That's,
Yeah, I'm not sure which building is
That's
happening.
where I'm at. I mean,
That need to sit down and work with someone on their, you know what, that's.
I'm really curious as to what kind of brainstorming, and I'm interested in what kind of brainstorming we'll do, but I'll harken back to my principal days too. I mean, I worked with my building leadership team to determine what the staff meetings would look like, if there's going to be any PD during those days. And I can tell you that I thought we did really good stuff, but I'm certain there's people who didn't on our staff. I don't know if there's going to be any changing of that. So it's a worthy conversation, but I just don't know if we can mandate a way in which we can meet all the needs of our 2,200 staff members.
So then, just brainstorming then, right now, the P&A language basically opens it up that you could meet every Tuesday for the entire year. Do we feel like, I get that admin need flexibility to plan, but do we feel like every Tuesday being open to staff meetings is an appropriate answer either?
Guys, I have to say that so far, I think I heard Rachel say, where are we in the process? So I think really this was flagged for conversation, and that's sort of what you're doing, right? But if you look at everyone sort of has an interest, you know, when you listed the interest, it's kind of a no-brainer. Like, no, we shouldn't be having meetings for the sake of meeting, right? No one feels good about that. And, you know, it creates some probably low morale. At the same time, some things need to be covered. Not sure if they're always being covered, right? And it is tied to student success. So I think you guys are saying, yes, we care. It's a problem. But I'm also hearing you say that maybe it's not broken to the same extent everywhere, or you don't know if it is, right? And do you want just sort of a rubber stamp, it should be mandated and just like this? Well, I really don't think it's a sort of one or the other. And if you look on my sheet, I did hear an idea, right? I don't know that it translates to contract language. The idea that Michelle said, or the point she made is, if the staff meetings had a component that matched up with the 20-day plans that are coming from the BLT, it would address the issue around, you know, the professional learning issue that doesn't really get into frequency, which you just raised, Lindsay. But is there something that you all could brainstorm that's short of a mandate or short of contract language? But, you know, if you want to throw out a brainstorm to change contract language, throw it out there. But is there anything you can do that can improve the problem, or are there steps you can take to improve the problem or even zone into where it's happening? So, you know, don't feel like you have to have like the golden one stop fits all answer that's going to be contractual. But if you want to brainstorm that, brainstorm it. But are there things short of that that would improve the situation you may want to brainstorm? Is there more information you need around the topic? I hate to just sort of say, well, it can't be done, you know? So what do you think?
I'm totally, I mean, we can definitely brainstorm.
Is it communication? And if so, where, you know? But yeah, Rachel, go ahead.
I mean, I don't have any great ideas. I feel like almost
Right?
anyone who works in any environment would complain about the meetings they have to attend. However, if there's a way to make
wrong
them
with
better, you know, that meets these interests, I don't have any great ideas, you know, other than, again, it can be something that we address with our administrative team back to school as a topic and review how that 20-day plan is supposed to tie into meetings. And then again, have a feedback loop. Is that not happening at a specific building? That's the only thing I can think of. Again, with such a large district in so many buildings.
How many schools do you all have, by the way? I mean, just in total.
46.
Okay, and regardless of level, you've got 46, okay.
Well, really, there's a few more than that that are kind of spaces, because we have faculty meetings here, but 34 elementaries, 5 middle, 5 high, alternative high school, early childhood center, CAA, CTC, Arrowhead, SMECAC.
So Rachel, I want to capture your idea. Thank you, Michelle. I want to capture your brainstormed idea correctly. You could address with administrative staff before the school year to be sure staff meetings are inclusive or tied to 20-day plans, and then do a loop back to get feedback, or?
Yeah, again, I mean, kind of, I think our discussion with our first tentative agreement on the issue of plan time was that, you know, if there's a problem where that's not occurring, we have staff that are frustrated, and again, maybe they may not be the ones to come forward because they don't want to be complainers, that could be brought to leadership, who could sit down with if there's a building specific issue and review, what are you doing at your meetings? What is your plan for the rest of the school year?
So you're more targeted where more needed is kind of what you're saying. What about, I'm back up to Michelle's idea. You said BLT should be clear with 20-day plans, should be correlated. How technically could that happen? Either Michelle or anyone. If the BLT has 20-day plans and the principal, say, sets the staff meetings, is the principal on the BLT? Is the BLT meeting with the principal about that? What's the technical way that could happen?
The principal is a member of the BLT. And
What else, guys?
I need to be clear, the 20-day plan is only going to really address the professional learning of a staff meeting. There are
Okay.
going to be other topics in a staff meeting always.
Okay.
Sure. Sort of the ad needed things that arise.
Yes. Safety issues, just, you know, just for the sake of order, things. Social committees do what they do. I mean, there's so many topics that could happen in a staff meeting.
Let me hear from somebody else. Thank you, Michelle and Rachel, for just jumping in there. Sometimes it's painful to kind of push something creative, but it may break through to something, right? And this one may need some, what do I want to say, some riping for a while. I don't know. Does anyone else have any ideas about how to address the issue of how do we make staff meetings more productive and applicable?
I've just been looking through my email to see if I could find kind of the communication that would tell me what our 20-day plans have been, because I had heard of them. My department chair had told us, you know, about the 20-day plan, and if we had anything else to add to it, like if there were some events that were happening at the high school level, for instance, like a mathletics event. So I think that something that could help is to see that 20-day plan, just to make sure that it's been sent out. I don't know, have you guys received 20-day plans?
I'm on the BLT.
You're on the BLT?
So
So there you go. Make sure that happens. I know in the high school level, we do occasionally we will have department meetings, And so it could be discussed then, or talked about then, so that staff knows what's coming up, perhaps, what are the topics they're going to be discussing and what professional learning is going to be happening each Tuesday. So that's, I'm just kind of letting you know maybe why I had been silent for a little bit. I was trying to see if I could find, communications that talked about our 20-day plan.
So you're saying review the 20-day plan with staff, and I'm assuming you're saying on a building level, if those are building level plans, and then ensure they're discussed maybe at departmental meetings so people know in advance what would be covered, or at least the professional learning component that would be covered on Tuesdays. Did I capture it?
Yeah, just more to solidify that there's a plan in place, that it's not like last minute on a Tuesday, we decide that we're going to discuss this, and so it feels like it's thrown together and not done as well. Not saying that I've had that happen, but I know that it has. I'm not sure which buildings, so I can't tell you that.
And guys, I really actually think you guys are just building on number one, right? I mean, it looks like all these sort of tie in together to make it better. But Lindsay, I want to go back to you because I don't want to shortcut you on the issue you raised of every Tuesday. Is there anything you want to brainstorm without limiting? If it doesn't get traction, that's okay. But was there anything you wanted to raise or brainstorm in terms of frequency?
I think considering maybe a monthly, it happens twice a month or so many times in a quarter, kind of limit, just that way, people don't feel like they do have to fill time, if there isn't a pressing topic.
Perhaps be more intentional with the time they do have.
I mean, it's hard for me because I know in some of the stuff that we've looked at, we're one of the few districts around that mandates weekly meetings. Olathe, Blue Valley, it's monthly. And I think that's where some of it is like, do we have really that many more issues that require us that level of meeting? And I go back to my original thing of like, it's a weekly thing on top of everything else right now. And without a clear purpose. And I think that the 20-day plans didn't get rolled out to us maybe in a way that made a lot of sense, But I'm really just kind of speaking my thoughts that are popping in my head, so there's not a real clear line.
No, I get what you're saying.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and capture that somewhere so that when you all look at your solution, you see if it addresses most the interest and doesn't harm one. So I think, Jay, was that you talking? So can I say under interest, it feels like an unnecessary addition to workload, right? I think that comes to, impacting morale and ability to do quality work. So I'm going to put it under interest unless there's a solution or idea in there, or it's just you're sort of, offering some support to number 4. If there were a limit, folks might feel better about it.
Yeah, and I think, I'm going to carry on this is that said we talk about it and I've hit a mental wall.
I know, I'm really tired too. And now I'm starting to become concerned as we talk about this, that this is getting into the PD issue, which is where we kind of started, is that it might get into the PD issue.
And it's one of those that, between when we set our agenda and this one, I didn't put a whole lot of thought to bring it up and have it in the front of my mind. So we're getting in and all of a sudden I'm like, And so I don't know if this is a good time to just be like, we've got some toes dipped in. Let's take a step back from it. Let's try and gather, a little bit more based off of our thoughts that we had outside. And
do we want to put a pin in this one too and keep those solutions that we developed then in our mind as we are addressing professional development?
I think they're clearly related.
Yeah.
I do too.
I mean, I would almost think that it would make sense next time to run through interests and problems of, 1 and 6? And then, like, try to brainstorm the 3 kind of
See how many overlap.
simultaneously.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you're really going to be thinking about sort of the comprehensive solution. So I want to make sure we don't put it off till too late in the process. And then you've got a number of issues tied into a heavy topic. So if we do put a pin in it, I'll show you what I did with the other one that we kind of put a pin in. I just saved the Word document that gave the issue statement as close as I think it is, the interest, and then the brainstorms. And then I'm just, labeling them by the number of, number 1, number 6, whatever. So I can pull these back up. I can also send them to y'all. Or send to Rachel and Jill if you just want to have these to have with in front of you between times, whatever.
Yeah.
So I think that, again, you've got deep into the conversation. You do have you have solutions, out there. So it was productive, guys. Thank you. Any final thoughts on this before I save the document and we look back at how to use the rest of our time? No? So stop sharing.
Like in terms of like what needs to be accomplished during that time? Like, is there anything to make us prepared for that discussion?
Rachel's wondering if we need to do any homework on NEA 7 and 8? Oh, no,
This one, like,
It's
sorry.
SMSD1 and NEA 6.
Sorry, SMSD1, NEA 6.
just in terms of like what, like amount
You guys look at your notes. The only thing I have in mind is I think that Michelle had raised the idea that you might want to look at the data on the attendance records for 9 through 12.
I
That's the
have
only-
that.
If you have it?
I have
Well, I
it.
don't want to wait. I'm curious. Does anyone else?
I am.
Curious.
It's what we would probably all guess. On Wednesday, March 11th, our attendance rate, and I believe this is only looking at high school, okay? For all 3 days in question. There's also some missing data that they're looking for in regards to our upload. So it's a little bit, it's not a solid number. But with that, because they're still collecting the data for this school year to upload. But on Wednesday, March 11th, attendance rate was about 90%. Thursday, March 12th, attendance rate was about 90%. And on Friday, March the 13th, the attendance rate was about 69%.
I would be curious to also look at, and that was last year?
Yeah, hold on one second, though. The
Okay.
total number of absences in hour 1 was within the total number in hour 7. So generally speaking, when high school kids come to school, they tended to stay. Approximately half the high school absences on Friday were marked as unexcused.
So this is just for like 311 through 313 of 2020,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
Is there a way to get like a historical view of,
Yeah, we can probably go back and get it.
Well, I was curious to see what, because there was no Final Four this year.
Well,
Yeah.
and also Thursday, though, they did make an announcement, I think in Kansas City at least, that they were gonna, due to COVID, have some regulations in place that Thursday night. I feel like there was like a,
right? So
Which
that's
is
what I'm
opposite
So we
of what
might
you're
have,
saying, but-
are you saying we might have had health, like, scare reasons that people
possibly,
didn't
I don't know,
come
but I
that
would,
Thursday?
I would love to see
looking
previous.
Yeah.
at trending historically, even just 5 years back.
Or vacation plans could have been
I want
canceled.
to know what jobs these people have that
I
they
was
can take 2
homesick,
weeks
so
off
I
with their
can't tell you.
kids.
Well,
Really? Not my job.
most of those kids are just bolting.
Really?
Well, it says they're unexcused absences, so that
Yeah.
means
So their parents are
my
coming in and
parents,
saying.
I said, you're going to go to school, and they say, well, I'll face the consequences.
Or they're on
Which are-
vacation and their parents just get wrapped up in
Their
vacation and they
secretary.
don't call them in.
So I've asked for previous years. I don't know if we'll be able to get it or
Okay.
not.
No, that's fine.
Was there other homework or other information or data that you all would need on anything that's on any of your, any of the columns in your flip chart? And then I do want to talk about designating some time to either be presented with or to be able to peruse and understand and discuss the economic data prior to really doing the work of an economic package. But non-economics, is there anything else that you guys would need some homework assigned out on?
So these things we put pins in, don't we have identified fairly well in various, either the strategic plan or the committee work, PD that has been asked for or identified as needed, or I mean, I feel like it'd be helpful to know exactly, because we know we need to do it and connected with the BLT. We know we've got Canvas. You know, so I think it'd be helpful for me to just kind of have this like topics of like, this is what we have to deliver on. I know we're not gonna be able to decide like exact amounts of time, but
We have that technically.
yeah. Because I mean, it's hard. Some of this we're really getting down to real tight schedules, right? Of all these demands on time and.
Well, so a couple things we've had just in terms of now developing what we want on our agenda for next time around. We should also look at the dates, because I have 4 dates left, but I think you guys talk about 3.
No, we have 4
So
left.
Yeah,
There's one in July, correct?
yeah.
That's correct.
Okay.
Unless we just
and
do an
that-
amazing job next week. Just gonna throw
Right,
that out
and I
there.
also,
No
like,
pressure,
I
though.
realized
We're gonna take our time.
that's quite a bit of time between your last session next
Yeah,
Wednesday or Thursday, and then you're off for a while. So we still haven't had any conversation about the grievance procedure,
yeah.
and we haven't had really any conversation, although we've had related conversations when we talk about BLT, but the representation on BLT. So those are the ones that we just really haven't had conversation on. So I feel like we need to get into that conversation to see if they're going to sort of overlap into anything else you're going to be trying to solve, or we're going to just try to get those solved, individually.
Yeah.
So that, and then once those are sort of done, you have this pin in that are those 3 related issue statements. And then of course we've got economics. So I think that we put all of those on next week's agenda: grievance procedure, the issues around PD, and the BLT representation. Okay, and then of course a report from Michelle if there's something to report on COVID. You guys want to keep your eyes on it. And then I think we've got to move you into economics. So generally, it's really nice when districts can have a non-committee person, an objective non-IBB committee person that really has their head in the finances. Sometimes that's a district staff person that is going to be able to give a presentation, whether it's different or same as the board presentation, but a presentation where folks have the opportunity to be sure they understand what money's out there, where it's typically moved to or used, right? What are the columns you've got to be thinking about that are columns you look at for bargaining, in terms of salary, and is there anything else? Like, I think that everyone wants to know if there's, and you may have settled this last year, if there is anything different on healthcare, does that impact your negotiations? I think I remember the way you settled last time. It won't. But just really an objective, transparent person to come and present on the state of finances. Is there anything you all should know as a committee, right? Give people a chance to ask questions, to identify if there's other info you need. Could that happen the end of session next time? So that then, yeah?
I was just going to say, has there been a benefits? There hasn't been any benefits committee. So,
I haven't heard anything since April on healthcare. They wanted to look at March and April trends. So we should know that. So that's something that's on those schedules. I think y'all have.
we haven't had a benefits meeting. So, and they were waiting to see some numbers for March and April. So we don't really know what the outlook for benefits is wholly right now.
And you all will know better than me, and I don't want to go backwards or go deep into it, but there was, and I don't know where you landed after fact finding, but if there is a change in benefits, it is going to impact the budget for sure. But are the teachers protected from that increase?
Not
Not
necessarily.
necessarily,
It's
yeah.
part of the
Okay,
negotiations.
there was something out in the mix last time that I didn't know where it landed. So, okay, gotcha.
It was, but
yeah.
it's no longer.
Okay, all right, that's what I needed to understand. I mean, either way, it impacts the budget, but, okay, so.
Stephanie, I have a question then. As far as the budget presentation, typically that's Russ's realm, but Russ is also a member of our team. So if you're talking about kind of third party outside of the group, how does that work?
Well, Russ, I knew you were doing something on economics. I didn't know if you were just arranging someone to come or if you were going to give it.
He's the CFO for the district, so.
Yeah, I was going to give it.
Yeah. I mean, what do you all think? I mean, I think feels to be a lot of trust. I'd imagine there's no one that knows it better than Russ. I mean, what do you all think? It just happens to be in a couple other districts, it turns out to be generally someone different, but not always. But whatever you all are comfortable with, it's just a matter of getting the information in front of everyone so that folks do have an understanding and don't keep backing up to a lack of understanding on what the budget is like, so that we can go forward on a plan. And if Russ is prepared, and unless there's someone else you could think about that makes sense to tag team with Russ, or if Russ has got anybody else that makes sense to sort of do it with him, but whatever you all are comfortable with.
I will speak up because that's me. I think we're comfortable with Russ giving his presentation, but also leaving room, if there is something that we're in questioning about, leaving room for us to maybe have a secondary opinion from, say, like our NEA group type thing. And I know that you're going to tell us factually everything, but I think that, it's not just one source of information also. I'm not saying we're going to. I'm just saying, as a group, after the fact, if there's something that we're having a disagreement about, we need to be able to openly say that.
Well, can I ask, the way you all left your practice on having information from outside experts, you all left it where you all as a committee would talk about who you thought had info that would be helpful, and then, together you would hear it, right? I mean, I think really it was Linda's example. She's always going to be an expert, but should she be just sort of, giving the info to the association, or should we all hear it? And you don't have to answer now, but Jay and folks on the committee, do you think that if NEA or anybody who sort of reviews the budget has questions, concerns, or conflicting info, could it be presented to the whole group versus, going back to individual teams? What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's what we would be interested in, is having the ability to, if, we see things in a different way or interpreted things in a different way, that we're able to invite someone to come in and share that perspective as well.
I mean, I think we could run the same process that we have done for any question about what other additional information is needed. So if Russ finishes his presentation and we feel like that's needed, then we can have that discussion as a team and.
No, that's exactly
Yeah.
where I'm at.
And then I also want to ask another question again, because every district's a little bit different. And that question is, and Dr. Hubbard, I think you're probably best positioned to answer this, or maybe Russ. So has the board, in terms of where is the board at in terms of salary determination, is there already a recommendation that this committee should be aware of? Is there a dollar amount allocated already by the board that would require not to limit this committee, just so that they have knowledge if the board is already on a certain number, if you will, or what's the timing with the board's process in this committee?
So I think the best way that I could describe it is that Russ projects out our expenses for the upcoming year and then says, based on that, this is what's available for increases for all staff. Isn't that I mean, like, the board doesn't predetermine.
No, so I did, back on May 26th, we did a budget presentation to our Board of Education, and that covered our operating funds. And it's a very similar one we do year after year. That's a consistent message to the board. And we did another one May 11th, which was non-operating funds, which brings in the capital outlay, which was all part of Dr. Fulton's presentation that he did to the board June 8th, that kind of spelled out how we were going to finance the workload issue that we talked about earlier today.
So that sounds like it's really going to be something that is a new budget item for sure. So two things I want to just say, because it's hard not to acknowledge sort of the elephant on the table, but we will still work our way through it, right?
Okay.
As long as everybody is continuing to be transparent, honest about their interest, and everyone has access to the same info, I will always lead you back to collaborating on solving the problems, no matter how hard they get. Okay, and so when you're talking about, when we move into economics, the easiest economics I could ever facilitate is where everyone agrees on the size of the piece of pie, right? So when Russ comes, and I hate that it's the oldest adage, like, you know, okay, the pie's this big and this is how much we've got to spend, how do you want to spend it? If everybody says, okay, yes, we agree that our piece of the pie is this big and let's talk about how to spend it. Those are the quickest economic negotiations. Where it can become complicated is when there are really deep conversations about, we think our piece of the pie, or that the amount of the budget that is allocated towards this should be bigger and could be bigger because look what you're spending there, right? We may end up having that conversation too. Everyone sort of knows mandatory and permissive and all that stuff, right? The association is not going to bargain on behalf of the non-NEA staff, et cetera, et cetera. But don't give up if we have to have those hard conversations. Stick with it, guys. Continue to lead in. I will also tell you from experience, as much success as you can have working as a team to solve these non-economics, the more you're going to have a better oiled team or machine to work through the hard things. So that's why I really want to try to get started on economics, but I don't want to push these non-economics to do later because economics is hard. You'll do better if you have your non-economics mostly wrapped up, okay? It also removes the temptation to not feel 100% wonderful on either side about something that you decide on economics and then sort of want to get, not, dig in unnecessarily on the open non-economics. So let's try to get non-economics really mostly wrapped up. Let's get the presentation. And then I will give you guys homework assignments on how you're going to come back together Tuesday and basically present each other's ideas on economics and how we're going to work through those to find some consensus Tuesday, Wednesday, and then again in July if we need it. I would say if we could review, Jill and Rachel and I all looked at calendars to come up with what was possible in terms of meeting dates. And I think we all had personal stuff, but we may want to review and see, can we tack on an additional day sooner than that late July based on everyone's calendar? Maybe tough, but I just hate to have that downtime for almost 3 weeks,
Right.
What questions do you have? What thoughts? Any concerns you want to raise, or what do you guys think?
My brain's not working. I'm kidding.
I would like to look at calendars. I agree
Yeah.
with you. I would prefer not to wait those 3 weeks if we don't have to.
So
And I know we want to power through, but I do feel like we hit about 1:30 and the energy in the room really dropped. We got a lot quieter.
Did you guys eat pasta and pizza behind my back?
No.
But so I'm just
Even went on a
wondering
walk.
if shortening the time so that we're not meeting from 9 to 3, I know we have a lot to accomplish, but, you know, that way we're always fresh and kind of ready to go. What are?
I'm flexible on times for you all. I blocked out the entire days. But also, Russ, real quick question. How much time do you need to have a real full presentation with plenty of time for response? So as we put the agenda together, we make sure we allot a good amount of time in the second half of next agenda.
I would say my presentation could be in the 10 to 15 minute range, and then probably another 15 minutes maybe of questions. So that's about 30 minutes maybe.
All right. So I'm going to put all our non-economic open issues plus Russ's presentation is what we bite off next week on our first day back together. And then did you want to look at additional dates, folks? I can look at my calendar as well, besides the 3 next week.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
Do we want to continue planning for 9 to 3 for every day?
I mean, I think we hold that and we just know that when we start
We may
getting.
need to end early if we're all tired.
I know
don't
we
know
want to
why.
get done, but I don't think pushing ourselves past the productive point just to try to get done is.
The return on investment is diminishing.
Well, and also getting another day will take some of that pressure off that I think Lindsay's really legitimately talking about. I kind of feel it with y'all. And if you remember, I said usually, you know, IBB sessions, you know, they're like 4 hours. They're commonly 4 to 8 because they're usually kind of during a school year. But so you guys, you really did take on a challenge with these long days. So if there's another day we can add sooner than later, it might take some pressure off to pushing to 3 o'clock every day.
So what is your availability that last week of June?
I think I just have 2 days that I've already got something, but let me click in here.
The last week of June, I think I'm out that whole
You're
week.
talking
Yeah,
about the
that's-
29th?
Well,
Week of
that's
the
why they were like
Any-
trying to get one in before that, but I'm like, there's not a whole lot of time
Anything
there.
that's before our last session, there probably was a conflict.
Yeah,
I'm willing to adjust accordingly if it's my conflict, because anything after, I'm going to just shoot completely straight here. After the July 16th is going to be my time, my schedule after that, because principals are back, trying to get a reopen plan in place. It's going to become very difficult to schedule. So the more we can do before that, if I'm the conflict, which I think sometimes I was, I'll see if I can adjust accordingly.
Do we just want to go through day by day from like here on out? And if you have a conflict, like raise your hand or something, you know, like, and if we do that, how many more days do we, you know, we've got 3 days next week. We've got the 1 day in July. How many more days do we want to try and find? 1, 2?
I would say 2 at least.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 would probably be good.
I mean,
Okay,
we
Rachel,
get-
you want to lead us through the calendar? And I have mine open. I won't raise my hand, but I'll just say if I have a problem, because I'm looking at mine
I
online.
got to pull up like all 4 of my calendars here.
There's this
Okay.
thing called Google and it like,
I know, but my Outlook calendar, I don't have like connected to that, so.
Show you how to do that.
it could help you with that.
Great. Then can you make my husband put stuff on the calendar?
It's not on the
Depends
calendar,
on
it
the,
doesn't exist in our family.
Thank
Mine
you.
too.
Thank you.
So you put it on and invite them.
I don't know if
And
it'd
are we
help your
looking at days
marriage if you make me come over and help your
After
husband
June
with that.
25th?
I thought starting, yeah.
Like, we're not
the
going to
week
look
of
at
the
days like
29th.
this actual week right now.
Right, do we
on
want to
the
look
calendar.
at days? Do we want to look at days this week? Or do we want to, I mean,
I can't look at days this week.
you
Okay.
cannot look at days this week. Okay.
I could do the
It's just like
26th.
too late, it's already set in
And I
this
feel
week.
like next week we already have 3 sessions.
Mhm.
I think.
I
it
don't
would be-
open up until the week of the 29th right now. I'm
And
booked
here's the
solid until the 29th.
My
am
family
too.
vacation is the 29th through the 3rd.
Okay, so what about the week of the 6th?
That's my family vacation.
That's what I was, because that's like everything that we tried to do before,
How about the week of the 13th? Can we add days in there?
I believe
I
can.
think that's where we're already at, aren't we?
I could
Yeah,
do
but we
Monday,
aren't
Tuesday,
not
Wednesday.
scheduled till Thursday. Could we add Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday?
I think
Okay.
I could be available any of those days.
Yep.
I can too.
Hold on.
Yeah, let me see. I'm good for any of those days, as long as I lock one of them in to keep the others available for somebody.
July, so we're looking at July 13, 14, 15.
Russ
Yeah.
is good. John?
14th in the morning is my only conflict.
Okay. So do wanna
So
do
you want,
13
is
and
everybody
15?
looking now, or are we good on that? I'm good on that.
Okay, so I'm gonna, I can send out to everybody the meeting for July 13 and 15.
Oh, it was 13? Okay, I had Thursday, the 16th was our,
Yeah, that is our day. We're adding 2 more.
oh, 2 more, okay, and that'd be the 13th and 15th, Monday and Wednesday.
I can't.
Okay, and maybe we won't need the 16th, but I'll keep all
Hopefully
3 of
not.
them that week.
And we're thinking that maybe shortening?
I think that what we should, I
Just
think what
take out
Lindsay said
lunch.
was that we need to check our temperature in the afternoons.
Well, that too.
Let's hold till 3 if we can, but if we're like, and not getting anywhere.
What
since
about a 30-minute lunch?
I like the longer lunch
Yeah.
personally, but I'll do whatever. I really will. I don't care.
Is starting
You're pushing
30
it.
minutes earlier? I know, we're
Pushing
pushing
it.
it for the people that don't get up early. I get up early, so.
I do too.
It's hard for
Early's
me to
good
get,
for
my kids have like
People
a
are-
set drop-off time at school now because of COVID, and it's hard for me to.
Oh, okay,
That's a
so
whole
we'll keep
different
9.
animal right now, man. This whole like schedule thing has really put a work in it. You know, when the school year's getting closer, I'm gonna have to do some serious changes in behavior, but this whole lot of period of not having to necessarily be somewhere in the morning on time has really janked up my habits.
Your bedtime habits?
No, just like I'll wake up at like a normal time, but then I'm like, I'll get on my iPad and do something, then all of a sudden it's like 10:30 and it's like, what,
Yeah.
where did the whole morning just go?
I've just become nocturnal.
Didn't you say your boyfriend's on a night schedule,
Mhm.
so that, okay, so I'm sending out one for July 13th. I've just got it set from 9 to 3. Got everybody in this room and Stephanie on there,
Yeah. Okay.
I believe. Okay, so I'm gonna send that one and then I'm gonna do the next one.
And then I'm going to go ahead and send the 2 issues that we sort of worked through step number 3. I'll send those work docs to Jill and Rachel, just so you guys have got them also to open. And then I will send out the agenda that we just now said and plan on that last 45 minutes, whenever that is, on that day, to go to Russ. And then, you know, Q&A, of course, afterwards. And I will send that out as well.
Okay.
I think that's it. Oh, you all still have to talk about communications with Rachel and Jill, whoever wants to stay.
God, I'm so tired. Somebody write this for me.
I can
It's hard at
write
the
when
end.
we talk.
I started it and it's terrible and it doesn't say anything and
That's
I
okay.
tried to multitask and I was too tired.
By the way, are you all getting many folks that are able to observe? Do you have hundreds or do you have?
We had one this morning. We had
Oh, I wonder.
We
yeah,
are
double
too boring
digits.
this year for anyone.
How many?
People are watching though,
Yeah, how many, I don't know how many are on the YouTube.
but they also watch it after the fact.
Okay.
Or I
Hey, really
watch
smart
it
guy
over
in the
and
back
over
of the
and
room.
Who would that be?
over. Our tech guy.
20.
That's actually,
How about earlier? Did we have more than that earlier today? Okay.
you said we had 200?
Playback.
They're making memes of us.
Guys, please don't do that. That's
I-
so mean.
Oh, is that what you're telling like the audience?
Okay, so yeah. To all you guys listening at home, don't be mean. Okay, so the 15th, I just sent it out, please.
She sent it to me, I'm forwarding it on to you.
Okay.
Okay,
I
guys,
sent it
I've
to
got,
everybody.
Oh, you did?
I did send it to everybody.
Oh, dang it, I just made a second.
I've got 13, 15, and 16 held.
Yep.
And I will be with you all 3 days next week. I've been logging in just like about 10 minutes early or so in case there are technical problems. If you would like me to get in earlier and open it up, just to make sure that we're starting on time, I can do
Forward it to
that.
your own-
But is a quarter till or 10 till okay to open these meetings like I had been doing?
Yes.
I think David's got this figured out now. Maybe we won't have so much trouble.
Knock on wood, please.
Well, folks, since you guys are together for your communication, I'm going to just, I guess, close the meeting, or you may leave it open and leave. Should I close it?
You can close it.
Okay. All right, guys, have a really good week, and I'll talk to you next week.
Good to see you, Stephanie.
Peace.
Yes, good to see you.
Good to see y'all. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.